Hey, what's up? Mm. This is your girl Diamond. I go live every Thursday at 7 or Friday at 7. It depends on my schedule. And we talk about different things. Oh, it's a new feature. YouTube is telling me that on lives, there are new timeout links. You can now put people in timeout for different links ranging from 10 seconds to 24 hours. Mm. Or maybe you can just block them if they're doing too much. Hey, Anna, how are you? But anyway, if you're returning, make sure you come back and thumbs up as you come in. Today, it is the 3-year anniversary of my mom's passing, and I want to talk about parenting. We're not going to talk about, grieving or stuff like that, but my this is like the 3-year anniversary, yeah. My mom passed away on December the 18th in 2020, and the year of COVID. And it's been 3 years, and I'm really good. As far as you never really get over it, but as far as like being deep in the grieving process, no. I feel like it's I don't know what the word is, but I don't randomly be busting out crying thinking about my mom. Some things still spark some feelings, but not like the first year or two. This is a 3-year anniversary. And so, yeah, I wanted to talk about parenting. Hey, Brittany. Hey, Brandon. Um, all right, babe. Hey, Fatima. But why this conversation, not just because of that, but why this conversation is like right at the top of my brain. Hey, Ryan. Um, oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. That was like a I guess you could say dream come true. I always wanted Travail on the show because I just really like their spirit. And so yeah, I was like, oh, this is one person. I sometimes I don't have people on my show that I don't want on the show, but there are certain people that I'm like, ooh, I feel like we will have a dope conversation. And they were one of them. But anyway, why parenting is right on the top of my mind is because I just got bit by the Plytheville bug. Welcome to Plytheville. Have y'all ever heard of that show? I'm not telling y'all to watch it, but have y'all ever heard of it? Um, Welcome to Plytheville. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm pretty in pink. I don't necessarily love pink. Pink isn't something that I love, but I do love it with red hair. I'm one of them people that the classic colors that you wear with red hair are my favorite colors. Usually like the royal blue, um, gray, purple, green, shit like those are my favorite colors. So and pink is one of them that goes really well with red hair. So this is a jumpsuit. If y'all so it is a jumpsuit that's has some cutouts in the back here. So it looks cute. Cute little situation with some little shoulder sleeve details. Little something. Little look. Thank you, thank you. I try to on my scheduled days to look cute for y'all. Hey CL, thank you. Serenity, how are you? So so this show, so y'all know that in the past decade, we have had like this surge of, I don't want to say, I guess progressive, let's say like diversity inclusion wave of representation when it comes to oh, I like my jewelry. This is my little half face, my little circle, and my little dragonfly. I love dragonflies. Doo. I love like statement jewelry too. So anyway, so y'all know we have this like this not renaissance but kind of like this well for the past like 10 years, it's been about 10 years, almost like 15, but we've had this surge of representation, I would say. You know, when we think about the pose, when we think about, we can go all the way back to Dirty Sexy Money with Candace Kane getting on the show. Was it yeah, Dirty Money or Dirty Sexy Money? Something, I can't remember what show she was on. Candace Kane. When we think about Laverne getting on Diddy's how to be assistant to Diddy, whatever that was. Um Jayla Sims, we talked about it. Travell kind of mentioned them. Isis King, you know, being on the reality shows. And then when we get into the scripted shows, we start to see, you know, representation and pose. And we got Uncle Clifford on P Valley. We have you know, it's just it's these kind of attempts, even on you know, some of Ryan Murphy's productions, just this attempt to be more inclusive, attempt to have varying representation, not the same old thing, you know. So we're seeing more trans people, seeing more non-binary people. Is what's the show on Netflix? Since Eight. Nina Poon, yes, Nina Poon was one of the early ones. um you know what I'm saying? So we're seeing, um wasn't there a trans woman on The Real World like back in, wasn't it something? Thank you so much, Shane Peters. That's a lot. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That'll pay a light bill. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. So, um, in my brain, I'm seeing, wasn't it a trans woman on The Real World? Like in one of the early back in the day seasons. I thought I remember it was a trans woman on The Real World, like a white trans woman. Am I tripping? Am I wrong? Am I tripping? So anyway, I have this in the scenario. God, you really, thank you, Shane. You flabbergasted me. Thank you, Shane. Um is this diverse representation? I know y'all have seen it. It's just a bunch of people who um just trying to do the work in being a little bit more diverse. Okay. Some people are doing this to be to seem woke or seem leftist. Some people are doing it as a performance, like they're just doing it to get ratings and clicks and da 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 da. But some people are doing it because they genuinely want to have better representation, and there's more room to do it. You feel what I'm saying? There's more room in regards to you know, this movement of inclusion and trans acceptance. There's this just this forward thinking way of inclusion with contact and with diversity. and inclusion in content creation. So, with that happening, you know that there is what's the law of Newton? Is it Newton? There's a there's a reaction to every action or something. There's an equal reaction to every action. I can't remember exactly what the exact quote is, but if this is moving forward, like when we if there's a push to be more diverse, there's going to be a push towards conservatism, like a push towards tradition, a push towards um the common. What is the old school, common, traditional, all that kind of stuff. You feel what I'm saying? So it's always going to be when you have a push forward, there's always going to be somebody pushing to go back. Like, ugh. So in 2019, they created a show that featured a very conservative, Christian based, almost kind of Amish American Southern family. Not necessarily Baptist, um, but definitely Christian, Bible based, but n- even so conservative that they want to not even go to church. Like they don't even feel like the church is good enough for them. Like we want to homeschool our children and teach them about the Bible our way and get a farm and all that kind of stuff. So this family is cisgendered, white, blonde hair, degular man and woman who has, I think they have 11 kids. I think they have 11 kids. Um, just a regular white Southern family on in South Georgia. They have a farm, and it is called Welcome to Plytheville. The last name of the family is Plythe, Plath. So it's called Welcome to Plytheville, and it is when we're introduced to this family, it is a conservative show. It is appealing to conservative people. It is, I think it was made for, that, because they're battling those kind of conservative issues. So when we are introduced to this family on the very first season, what's happening in their life is their oldest son is is getting married to a woman. Now, their whole life, since their marriage and they're having their children, it's just been the mom and dad and the children. But now that the son is older, he's like 21, he's getting married to a outsider, a new woman. And her coming into the family kind of shakes it up because while she is conservative too, church going Christian woman, um, raised in a conservative home, but not as conservative as them. So their conservative, not eating sugar, dressing real homely, the- not necessarily forcing them to not wear pants, but girls can't wear pants. Um, no internet, no phone, no TV, no radio. Like living like Amish people. Basically, that's what it gives to me. In my opinion, that's what it looks like, but not being Amish. You feel what I'm saying? So when the new wife, her name is Olivia, she comes in. So let me give you how I found this show. So this show is definitely not pointed towards me because it is a conservative show. So of course I didn't see they never had Coca-Cola, right? They never had Coke, they never had soda, they never like shit that we kind of think like, what, why are y'all tripping about that? The basic stuff. Like the oldest son never even knew girls had periods because they don't talk about sex at all with their kids. So even though he's in a house full of sisters, because I feel like they have more girls than boys. because I think it's only 3 boys, Isaac, Micah, and Ethan. Um, First of all, let me say this, just to get this out of the way, if y'all do start watching it. These boys are fine. Like, I'm not I anybody who's been on my channel a long time, y'all know I like dark-skinned black men, that's my tea. When I see white boys, I look at them and I'm like, "Oh," even if they're, like, attractive, I'm like, "Oh, they're fine." But you know how you see a car and it's a nice car, but you don't wanna fuck the car? That's how I look at, like, fine white boys. I'm like, "Oh, he's fine," but it doesn't inspire me to be like, "Ooh, I wanna have him." That's very, very rare, very rare. Uh, um, but when I look at them, I'm like, "These are some gorgeous men." Like, these are some gorgeous white men. Like, oh my, like Ethan with them fucking dimples. But that motherfucking Micah, the model one, god damn. When he come on the screen, you like, woo, that is a fine man. He looks like he reminds me, not even gay porn, not gay porn, but he reminds me of fictional gay erotica from back in the 20s and 40s. The way they describe their ideal man is him. Like, he is this kind of that what's that old school actor, Tad Tad Hunter. It's a old school white actor. I think it's Tad Hunter. Tad Hunter. Yes. Yeah, so back in the day, there used to be this white um actor that was like a heartthrob in when movies weren't in color. It was like the 50s and the 60s or something. And when he was young, he was just like this gorgeous blonde hair white man, and he turned into America's heartthrob. And it was this classic. It reminds me of California Beach Boy without the tan. um it's like really light blonde hair, chiseled jawline, body, arms, tall, not super stupid buff, but strong, like he a farmer boy. And honey, Micah got that down packed. Micah is gorgeous. Now, mind you, don't say nothing about what happens later on in the show, because I'm only on season 2. I just started season 2. But but if you go to Ethan, Ethan just has this gorgeous, adorable smile. He got these little dimples in his fucking cheeks. Even though he corny and green, his smile is gorgeous. He's just so gorgeous. Like Ethan, he's the oldest son. He's just so gorgeous. And then you have Isaac, who is the youngest boy, and he just look like a little boy. So I don't really he don't look. I can tell when he gets older, he probably be cute, but because he ain't got no man, ain't no testosterone going through his body yet. It probably is, but not yet, not to the point where you see a man. And I'm not attracted to little boys, so I don't know. I don't know what he's gonna do. But the ones that you can tell 18 and up that they got some testosterone in them ones is fine. And so that's number one. Now the girls are cute too, but it's something that is exceptionally beautiful about the boys. And also Ethan's wife, I think Olivia is exceptionally beautiful. Like regular white beauty. No. That kind of beauty. The typical blonde, blue eyes, da da da, that stuff. So, um, so how I got to watching this, because I usually, there's no way that this was going to come across my timeline. This conservative family with traditional Southern American Christian values, that's not going to come across me to be promoted to me on and it's TLC. No, mm-mm. So I'm never gonna see that. So I'm on TikTok and I'm scrolling and I'm watching and I come across this video and it's this girl. It's Olivia. I know her name now, but at the time I didn't know her name. It's Olivia and Ethan sitting next to each other. And I'm looking, I'm like, oh, they're gorgeous. Because Ethan in this video, he has like a beard and his cute little blonde hair, and both of them are gorgeous and they're having marital issues. From my perspective, I'm just like, oh, they're just having a marital issues. And the wife read him because he told her that I wish you would go and work out whatever's going on with you and your family so you can get back to the values that they were trying to teach you when you were younger because you have lost your way basically. And she was like, dude, yeah, right. She didn't say this, but in jest, she tells him, "No, how I grew up was geared towards men. It benefited men, and all they expected me to do was cook and clean and have no kind of personality of my own. It was my life is supposed to be revolved around my damn husband, and you want me to go back to that because it benefits you, not because it benefits me." And she made an amazing point. And he's like, well, I'm not going to be able to raise a family with you if you don't have the values that I have. And she was like, well, nigga, uh, then we can't be together. And I'm sad because I love you and you're my husband. But if you're not willing to change and I'm not willing to be this fucking Stepford wife, then what's the point? What are we doing here? We need to get a divorce. So that's the video I watched. So I'm thinking that this is a new show based on what I'm seeing. I'm like, oh, this must be a new show. Let me go look it up. Baby, what I learned is that this show been on since 2019. And so it's in it. That was the last episode of the 5th season. And I was like, oh, well, let me see what this show is about. Because I thought it was a couples show. I didn't know it was this conservative white family show. So I watched the last episode that they just released. So I'm like, okay, well, the most recent episode. I'm gonna watch that and be like, okay, let me see what the tea is. And so I was like, oh wow, blah 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 blah. So they're having all these marital problems. And then I was like, well, let me go back to the very first episode of the whole show, the very season 1, episode 1. Yes, but the mama and daddy is getting a divorce. So this is the mama and daddy, the main two characters. Mom, not I want to say main two characters, but the heads, the patriarch and the matriarch, are getting a divorce in this last episode. I'm like, they're getting a divorce, and these two is battling. I'm like, how? Let me go back to season 1 because I want to see what the tea was. I go back to season 1, and then it gives you the premise of the show. And these people don't look nothing. They don't look like it. Mariah and there's a second oldest daughter, and she connected with Olivia, the new wife of the firstborn son. And she was connecting with him. And she was connecting with her, the new wife, because the new wife is a little bit more free. And she's one of the daughters who want to be a little bit more free. She was like, I know it's more to the world than this shit they talking. And so I want to be more free. So I connected with this new entity in my family. And even on the last episode, she was against Olivia. I'm like, from the first season, from the first episode, it is they have did a 360. Like Micah done moved to California. It's like a whole different, everybody done flipped or something. And so in my brain, I don't watch the most recent episode and the first episode. I was like, because these are so drastically different things, I need to see what happens in the middle. I got to watch this show. At first, I was like, I ain't watching this fucking conservative shit. Fuck out of here. But because it's so drastically different in regards to how they look, in regards to what they're saying, in regards to what has happened, I'm like, how did the mama and daddy get to divorcing? How did how did Mike? How did Micah move to California? How did Mariah turn against Olivia? I need to know what happened. It reminded me of Toni Morrison, not the show, but Toni Morrison. Her very first book is Bluest Eye, and if you read the very first line of the Bluest Eye, like the very first lines, she tells you what happens in the book in the very first lines. Like what happens? Piccola is pregnant by her father, like right in the first line. So you know what happens. You know what the tea is. But Tony says, because I tell you what happens in the first line, the only reason why you would want to read this book is to, if you are curious about how this happened, if you're curious about how this happened and you love the language. So it reminded me of that because I need to know how this happened. I'm seeing how we got here on this last episode, but I need to know how do you go from this to this? So I have been watching Welcome to Blytheville for the past 2 days, and I am all in, all sucked in, and it's 5 episodes. So I've been looking for something to binge anyway, because during the holidays it gets kind of it gets kind of dry when it comes to shows because people usually launch shows in the summer or in the early fall, and by the time Christmas shit come, it's over. They already done for the season. 90 Day Fiance, Nikki Exotica. I can't watch Nikki Exotica. Her face really, you know how, I don't know if y'all like this, but so I kind of got OCD a little bit. Is it OCD? I don't know. So let me give you an example of how my brain works. It may be OCD or I don't know. But say somebody is in front of me and they got something in their hair, I have to either pull it out or tell them to pull it out because I can't stand behind you with this piece of lint in your hair because it's gonna distract me so much that I can't function. I have to fix it. So there is something about me that if one little thing is wrong, it's going to throw me off of my what I need to do. So that's what Nikki Exotica's face does to me. Like something about her face just throws me off that I can't pay attention to what's happening or what she's talking about. Her face just throws me off. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Darcel. Nikki look bad. Sorry. I didn't want to say that. I just said it just throws me off. If she likes it, I loves it. But it just throws me off. So I can't really pay attention to her. I used to be subscribed to her YouTube channel years ago. But I had to unsubscribe because when I look at her, I'm being really judgmental. So I couldn't get past it. So I had to not be fake and just leave her alone and let her live her life. Anyway, so why? So now I'm on season 2, and season 1, it's quite interesting because what happens is, Olivia comes in with this new, and it's not like Olivia is like, some liberal feminist, spiky hair, Betty Page, you know them white liberal women with Betty dark hair and Betty Page bangs, and that kind of, she got piercings on her nose. She's not even one of those, a lesbian, or she's not even like, to them, she ain't even out there. She's one of them. She's not no fucking far leftist person. She just doesn't do Christianity like them. And so they be making it seem like Olivia is like, honey, this Jezebel girl. And it's so annoying to me. And there's part of me that, of course, because I'm more left leaning, I'm gonna align with Olivia, but there are some conversations that I'm like, this would be a difficult scenario if I had children. And it sometimes when you're super super conservative, you make it harder. Those difficult parenting moments, it feels like if you super super far right or super super far left, like either way, those preparing your children for life you can make it harder. Like I feel like I've said this before. I feel like with children, life is like a spring. So if you got a spring and it's in your hand and you keep pressing it, pressing it, pressing it, pressing it to constrict it and keep it where you want it to be, you are gonna what you're gonna do. It looks like I got makeup right here. I do not. Um, what you're gonna do, you're gonna tire yourself out. If you trying to hold this spring down, it's like you're gonna get tired. Your hand is gonna get tired because you're just forcing this spring down. Now, if you just boom, let your hand off with no restriction, the spring is gonna pop up and just go every which way. And ain't no and it can fall out your hand. It can just go where you don't want it to go. But if you take your hand and slowly do like this, that spring will slowly it won't fly everywhere. It just will stay in your hand and just be there. And that's an analogy that I have for like children. It's like you can't be super super restrictive because you can't prepare them for what's coming in life. If you're super super restrictive, if you're not exposing them to the world, if you're not exposing them to stuff until they get to 18 and then boom, they out in the world, you are setting them up for failure. You're setting them up for like literally Olivia was having her period and her husband has no concept of a period. Like what goes on with a woman's body when a period is happening, cramps and irritability, all the things that comes on PMS, all the things that comes along with a period. He has no concept of that. And so when she asked him, it's a couple of things that this scenario kind of shine light on about men that are not prepared for life. If you don't prepare your sons to be in a relationship with women and be self-sufficient and independent when it comes to household things, prepare your sons. But what happened was she was having her period and she did not feel like cooking. She was cramping. She it just so much stuff was happening and she told him, "Can you take care of yourself today?" Like literally that. She was like, "I am cramping. My period started this morning." Like she's like not in tears crying, but she's like emotional. She was like, "My hormones is raging. Can you take care of yourself, today?" And him being a green sweet, adorable, fun, almost like a child in a man's body. Adorable, cute, fun man. In that moment, he does not know what a period is. This is her husband. They married at this point. Doesn't know what a period it is. He knows what it is, but he doesn't know. Like, he doesn't know anything about it. He was like, I just thought, he literally said, I thought my sisters would get this something, they would get a nosebleed. So they never talked about it. And then right before their marriage, before like the honeymoon, right before they left to go on the honeymoon, that's when his mom wanted to have the sex talk with him. And he's like 21. So anyway, so in that moment, he tells her, thinking he's playfully, because he's like a little boy, he's real playful. He tells her, well, oh, okay. Well, how about I cook for you? Now, he doesn't know how to cook. So he's playfully saying, well, okay, you don't need to cook for me. I'll cook for you. But not understanding that he doesn't know how to cook at all. And so if he tries to cook for her, for himself or her, he's going to burn shit up. She has to do the work of talking him through it. So you're not really doing me a favor, because now I got to work to talk you through cooking. And so she gets emotional, because now I got to tell you why that's a problem. And I know you're doing this, you're saying and doing this to be sweet. So now I got to kind of bust your bubble, and it feels horrible, but I'm also emotional and cramping. So she goes through this whole conversation of, yo, it makes you realize that he is not prepared to be a husband. You are of husband age, but you are not self-sufficient. So she literally has to take care of everything, because you are a man child. You literally have come from your mother's house unprepared into the status of a husband, expecting respect, expecting loyalty, expecting sex, expecting all these things, but you cannot contribute anything, because your mother, because she has these Christian values of what a woman is supposed to do in the home, and and I'm not going to talk about sex to my children. I'm not going to expose them to that. That's wrong, and blah 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 blah. Your mother did not prepare you to be in the world. Your mother did not prepare you to be a husband, because she expected me, the new wife, to be like her. And his father don't do nothing but bring home the bacon, like work and bring money in, while she and her daughters is slaving to take care of the home. And that's okay for you if that's what you want. But what about the times when I'm somebody who I need a little bit more from my husband? I need you to know how to cook for yourself. Yes, I don't mind cooking for you sometimes, even most of the time. But what about when I can't do it today because I'm stressed out? Somebody passed away, or my period is on, and I'm just like, oh God, I don't feel like doing this today. So you're gonna starve because you can't cook, you can't do anything, and your excuse is, oh, my mom, my when they try to teach me to cook, I just ignored it because I didn't really like cooking. I wanted to work on machines. I wanted to go do stuff with my dad and build cars and do the manly stuff. So you didn't, and nobody is pushing you and saying, sweetheart, you got to know how to cook for yourself as an independent human. You got to know how to cook. You got to know how to cook something. You may not be the best cook, but you have to know how to cook something. You got to know the basics of cooking. You got to know that how not to burn something up. So it was very, very frustrating for me as a more left leaning feminist woman. And a lot of times people associate that with, especially conservative men and women, like we don't want to do some of those things. Like I love cooking for my partner. I love cooking for people. I like cooking for my friends. I like when I'm in the mood. But I enjoy the act of feeding people. I enjoy the act of watching somebody eat my food and love it and be like, God, this is fire. I like that. That feels good to me. That feels good. And so I enjoy cooking. I enjoy my food. I enjoy eating what I desire in the moment. So if I feel like cooking and I feel like cooking a pot roast, oh yes, and I want it to be cooked a certain way. And I know my partner might not, unless it's something that my partner can cook really, really well. And then I want them to do it. But usually I want to cook my particular way. So I'll cook it and I want them to eat it. So more than likely, um I'm gonna do a lot of the cooking, and I'm okay with that. But there's a difference between me doing it because I want to do it, and you thinking I have to do it because of these gender roles, these womanly duties. And if I fall short of what those womanly duties are, then somehow that makes me less of a woman. And as a trans woman, so many things. Um, Trans woman and a black woman. Um, so many things. My femininity and womanhood is hanging on a thread in people's minds and in people's opinions. If I don't do something, if I don't dress a certain way, if I don't act a certain way, then my womanhood and femininity excuse me, in their mind is hanging on the thread. It's gonna, for me as a trans person, it's gonna be, oh, that's that man, that's the man, the biology of a man coming out of you. If I and it happens not just about cooking, it's about, even if I assert myself. If I say, "No, I don't like that," and I share my opinion to a man on a date, it won't be that we just disagree. It would be I'm being feisty and opinionated and being masculine, and that is the man in me coming out because I was born a man. Now, a cisgender black woman is gonna be, it's gonna be like, oh, that's that black woman shit, that angry black woman or that feisty black woman. That's you not being able to be feminine because that's just how black women are. Y'all don't know how to be feminine. You see what I'm saying? It seems like every single thing that we do, and I don't want to say it's just exclusive to us, it's just the degree that it is put on us is a little different. Do you see what I'm saying? Um, so for me, it was triggering me. Watching this, it was triggering me. I stopped being afraid of being accused of being masculine. You know what, Shonette? I am there because that's just what it is. As a trans woman, I accept that I'm not gonna be a woman to somebody. There's gonna be somebody in the world that is just not gonna think of me as a woman. I'm gonna constantly be in their brain, even if they respect me, even if they use the right pronouns, in their brain, I'll never be, a woman to them. And that's what I'm saying. Even affirming people. So I've gotten to the point where I don't really care. As long as you don't disrespect me. But I've accepted that as well. I'm going to be um I've learned with my examination of gender and femininity and masculinity that nobody, no matter how you were born, no matter your race, no matter whatever, nobody can live up to the standards of femininity. We don't have Either we don't have access to it because I think about how we draw the lines of what womanhood is. So let's start at the bottom. Well, whatever. Not necessarily the bottom, but start in closer to home. Trans women will tell another trans woman that she's not a woman because she don't got titties yet. You ain't even got breasts yet, girl. Or a person who had gender reassignment surgery will say, "You don't have surgery because you haven't had you're not a woman because you haven't had bottom surgery yet." Um, and then go a little bit further up. Um, you're not a woman because you don't live your truth full time or out in the open or full time. Like your life only gets you lets you to go out at night. And so you're not full time yet. Um Cisgender women say you're not a woman because you were not born with a vagina. Okay. Then a cisgender woman will tell another cisgender woman, you're not a woman until you have a baby. You haven't had any children. Why don't you want to have children? Like, what kind of woman are you? That's what women were created for, to have children. Why would you not want to have children? Or a cisgender woman will say it to herself if she cannot have children. Like if she has a medical condition that doesn't allow her to have children, fibroids, um, for whatever reason. So many things cannot allow her to have children. And she could say it to herself and feel bad about her womanhood, feel insecure about her womanhood because I can't give myself a child, or I can't give my husband a child. I have a broken pussy because I can't do the thing that a woman that everybody says a woman is here to do. The world says it to me and I'm saying it to myself. I'm not really a woman. I don't feel like a woman if I can't actually perform this act that every it seems like everybody else is performing to give birth. Even people who aren't even qualified to give birth or who aren't even wanting to give birth, out here getting abortions, out here not taking care of their children. Here I am with no babies and I want one. And so you see how this self dialogue can undermine her own womanhood. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate you. So, do you see what I'm saying? Like it's a she's basically undermining her own womanhood, and then you follow up with somebody um who is married. You're not a real woman if you don't have a husband. Why are you not getting married? Why are you having all these babies out of wedlock? Is it wedlock? Wedlock. You're not really a woman until you are in a family and somebody chooses you. The upstanding woman is a married woman. That's the right kind of woman. You are not living up to the standards of womanhood if you're not married and raising a family. Do you see what I'm saying? You see how it's always a line that somebody can put in front of you to take away or invalidate or diminish your womanhood, and all women are going through that diminishment or through that checklist. They're getting, depending on who is judging you, they're going through this checklist of what makes you a woman or what makes you the best type of woman or the ideal type of woman. You're just going through this checklist. And so it's interesting. The show really, really is triggering these thoughts in me. And so when it comes to children, it's hard because, and that was the e- she didn't, while they were so protective of their children, so protective of, you know keeping them away from the harms of the world, they didn't prepare them to be out here in the world, because now this woman is dealing with your son who is ill-equipped to be a husband, who is ill-equipped to even do good partnership stuff, to step up to the plate when he can and help when she can't. Do you see what I'm saying? Or when she's not in the mood, or boom. The same way you are about Nikki, I'm like that about my husband, brother's wife. She just does something to my spirit. I was just talking about a family member who is 20 in shelter. He's in college and lives alone, but he kind of needs a caretaker. Yes, because we are not preparing you. You are not preparing them. And then you have, and that's the boys. You get into this scenario with the girls where you keep them from boys, okay? You keep them from boys. Okay, great, cuz boys can be tricky. You got to keep them from boys. But if you keep them, and then they get out in the world and they don't, and you ain't talk to them about sex, you ain't talk to them. Like it's a, I personally, I feel like you should start talking about sex to your children um very, very early. Like maybe more early than people. And I'm just telling you my opinion. I do not have children. I have raised children. Um but I have never had one come out of my body. So this is just my opinion. I'm not saying I'm the end all uh about raising kids. No, I'm just sharing my thoughts because I can watch somebody's interaction with people and see. Um I think 12 and 13 is too late to me. My personal opinion. I think 12. I think when you see puberty start to happen, first of all, I think let me say this. I think you should be talking about your children's body as soon as they start talking to you about their body. So about their body, like what their body parts are for, what their body parts do, what their body parts are going to do, what when we start having puberty starts 12, 13. Actually puberty starts earlier than that. Actually, even like periods, women's periods, if you look at biological studies, women's periods have started earlier than decades before. 12, 13 used to be the average time for periods to start. It has actually started earlier now, nowadays. Um, Back in like 80s and 70s, I think that was the average, like um 12 and 13, but in our time, it has gone it started earlier. But also, I know my puberty, I have a cousin who had her first period at 8. So, and that's back in the 80s. She had her first period at 8. So, you have to um I think there's it's a food thing too. Um I think it's a food thing. I think it's a multiple things. Anyway, I think when they start having bodily changes, I think you should start off earlier. I'm talking about potty training age. You should start talking about body, like getting your children comfortable with asking you questions about body. Maybe not sex, but about body parts, body, you get what I'm saying? Getting them at that young age to know that I can talk to mommy, I can talk to daddy um about um about whatever, getting them comfortable with you, because one thing that I see in this show is you, because you are a loving family that feels like I am keeping a safe home. I got a mother and father. You're doing all what you've been taught is the perfect upbringing. Uh, I didn't tell you to do that. um, of the perfect, quote unquote, perfect upbringing. What you haven't done, while you have given them a roof and a shelter and protected them from the sins, you have what you haven't done is you haven't established yourself as a non-judgment factor. They are ashamed to talk to you about things. So you are a failure. So if your children, to me, can't come to you, if you're not a safe place for them to come ask you questions without you turning into a oh, or and judging them and bringing some negative connotation, and children can read it. They want to please you. So if you're not responding in a way that they know you usually respond when you're happy, they can read. So they're going to be like, ooh, I may not want to talk about that because I'm getting judged. There's some shame around it. So I feel like when it comes to talking about body and being open about talking about body, thank you so much, Pumpkin. Uh, it starts early. It starts early. Um, I know me and my mother. I Everybody is not like this, and I'm not saying that everybody should be like this, but um, I call it a naked home. So my mother raised us in a naked home. My mother was always naked. We were always naked. So me seeing my mother nude was nothing shocking. It was nothing shame. Me being nude in front of my mother was nothing shameful. My brothers being nude in front of me, in front of my mother, wasn't shameful. Um, there was no shame around me seeing my mother's body or showing my mother my body. So when we get older, if something was going on that I didn't understand about my body, I could say, "Hey, mama, what's this?" Or "Why does this happen?" Or I could just speak it and my mother would just answer the question. You see what I'm saying? My mother could just answer it. My mother could just say it. And I didn't never feel shame. So if I wanted to ask questions about sex, I could just ask it. Now, because my mother had some homophobic tendencies, I knew I couldn't ask my mother about queer sex. But when it comes to body parts, that's where her failure started to come in. Because she had homophobia, I could sense that I couldn't talk to her about boys, but I could talk to her about girls. Like if I liked a girl, I could talk to her about that. So anyway, I think it should start early. I think you should start talking about sex. And no, I'm not talking. I think, honey, sitting people down and watching porn with them, or I think there's a too far, there's a too open, and I think that there's a too conservative, too closed. I think that you have to find the balance. You have to find the balance. And balance for me is open conversation with your children without the shame. They need to know that they are not going to be punished or shamed by being honest with you. If you are not creating a space of safety, because a lot of times the parents were saying, "Well, why didn't you come to tell me? Why didn't you? We unconditionally love you." No, you don't. Your love comes with conditions. You're literally telling them that they'll get in trouble, or you're going to look down on them, or you don't trust them without them even doing anything. It comes with conditions. You come with judgment. You come with these rules of what you think. And it's okay for you to think that, but don't make it seem like it's unconditional. Saying people don't understand. I changed my 1-year old diaper and I explain what I'm doing and name his body parts. As he grows, I will build on that. Yes. My private area, Jay, I agree with that. I'm very vocal with my nephews and niece and younger cousins. Just in case it's good to educate you babies. You look beautiful. Okay, I'm sorry. Shame awkwardness. By the time my parents told me about sex, I was already having sex. Boom. That too. By the time my mother had the sex talks with me when I was 13, I didn't have intercourse, like somebody putting their pee pee in me, until I was 16. But I had been gobbling meats for a while. Um, I know this is abnormal, but me and my 4-year-old play cousin, I say it's my cousin, but it's my mother's one of my mother's best friends, her son. We were the same age because they had children at the same time. Um, and my mother would they would help each other by when my mother would be at work, she would babysit me at night, and when she was at work in the day, my mother would babysit in the day, babysit her son. So when I'm spending the night at her house, me and her son, who are the same exact age, 4 years old, we used to 69. I had never seen any porn. I had never seen any adults having sex. It was just us experimenting with each other, like touching each other, and it was feeling good. And so we were just doing it. And so it didn't feel like sex. It just felt like exploration. It felt like um we were just touching each other. And then nobody you know what I'm saying? No adults was involved in the situation. It's me and another 4-year-old. And I remember that distinctly. And so I remember but because it was exploration, it never I never had the mindset to ask my mama about it because it never felt like it was wrong or felt like it wasn't about curiosity. It was just two of us exploring. Um when I started to get older and had curious moments, you get what I'm saying? What was wrong, what I learned was wrong was the homosexuality. Not that it was wrong, but that I can tell people had a problem with that. Me being intimate with boys, I could tell by people's conversation that that was a problem. Um I can tell that being with girls wasn't a problem at all. If I told my people that I was having sex at 10, 12, 13 with a girl, nobody would have bat a lash. It would have actually been welcome because they, ooh, he's not a faggot. It actually, I remember my mother asking me, like, bombarding me in a bathroom, like literally coming in the bathroom and closing the door so I couldn't get walk past her and get out of the conversation. She literally sat me down on the toilet and closed the door and asked me, "Have I ever had some pussy before?" She asked me, was I gay? I was probably I wasn't 13 yet. I had to be like 12 because I wasn't, you know, I was in that kind of non-binary stage where I was wearing girl clothes, but it was early in my transition. Probably not. I didn't really have the language of being trans. I didn't really have any of that kind of language. So, but I know my identity is shifting. So she sees it, and so she was like, "So what's going? Are you gay?" And I was like, "Why are you asking me that? Why are you asking me that?" I'm like, "Why are you asking me that?" Like I'm telling her, "Why are you asking me that? Why are you asking me that?" And she wouldn't let me out of the bathroom until I answer her questions. And she was like, "Have you ever had some pussy?" And I was like, "No, ugh. Why are you doing that again?" Shane, you is a baller. I know that's right. Thank you so much. um, no, my mother and they were young when they were friends, so they never they fell out. They fell out of they fell out of each other's graces or whatever. They stopped being friends. And so I never saw them again. It was my Aunt Vivian. So because they stopped being friends, I never saw him again. So I wouldn't even remember what he looked like. I remember what he looks like as a kid, but I don't know what he would look like now. Um, but yes, she asked me did I have some coochie, And I was like, "No." She was like, "Well, don't be she was like, "Well, don't be gay until you have some pussy." And I was like, "What?" And I wasn't at the time, I wasn't having sex. I was like, I'm a virgin." And she was like, "Well, you don't know what you like until you actually have it." Like she was like, you don't know if you like something, you don't like something unless you actually have it." And she was like, "I could get somebody to give you some pussy." Oh, thank you. You need to teach me how to make smart investments. I ain't got no kids, but yeah. Yeah, my mother told me that she could get somebody to give me some pussy. Now, this is a very strange conversation. So this is a conversation that I feel like is too far. It's too you get the too conservative. This is too far. This is too free. This is too much. This is this is going too far on this end of the spectrum. Um oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. So in my brain, I'm ready to just get out of the conversation. Like she literally offered to go hire a prostitute to give me some pussy. And I was like, "Oh, this is weird and no, thank you." And this is my mom. Rest in peace. And so I remember the awkwardness of the scenario. So it also taught me that, being gay was something that they were avoiding. Being gay, being queer, you can tell that by that age, I could tell people didn't like you if you were that and they didn't like it. And, so I wasn't open enough to talk to her about queerness. I could talk to her about body parts, though. That is something she did right. So, but I also, there wasn't another element is I wasn't ashamed to talk to my mom about sex. Like when I was having sex, and even when I started having queer sex, once she got to the point where she was accepting me as a queer person, I could talk to her about queer sex. I could tell her what goes on and blah 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 blah. We can talk about it in regards to that. Um, but I just think that it has to be a balance. I think that you have to keep that door open because I think the shame is what gets people in trouble. The shame of not having anybody to talk to, and the shame that pushes your children to talk to maybe the wrong people. Now, luckily, like Mariah in the show, she got a Olivia who is still a Christian, still a conservative. You feel what I'm saying? She got somebody who is still kind of aligned with her parents to talk to about these scenarios. But some people don't have that, and they'll go and get to talking to their friends who don't know shit, or who they'll get to talking to somebody. And imagine if you got your daughter out here not having sex talk, and then she's having conversation with boys who want to fuck her raw. And they're telling her, "Oh, you can't have a baby on your first time. You can let me do it raw." They can talk to a pedophile. That's a worse scenario. But I want to talk about something a little bit more, a little bit more, not, I want to say more realistic because pedophiles are realistic too, but something more not harm. Um, she could be talking to a boy and he's giving her lies just so he can have sex with her raw. But definitely sons too. STDs and I ain't never had nothing and all that kind of stuff. You have to prepare them for that type of shit. You have to prepare them. And later on in the episode, the The older ones come back to the house, and because they don't had to move out from the house because their mom said y'all not following the rules. So y'all got to get up out of here. And y'all not about to influence my younger children. But what they don't understand is your younger children are gonna they're gonna go through the same process when they get older. Because when you get older as a teenager, you start wanting to be more free and start questioning shit. It's really interesting how hard people push heteronormative down kids' throats. But my older brother forced me to watch straight porn at the age of 9, 10 because I was feminine. And he was taught that. And he was taught that way by somebody. Absolutely. But then they want to talk about grooming, but that is grooming. You're grooming them to heterosexuality. But they don't have a problem with that because that's natural. They don't have a problem with straight people trying to groom you into heterosexuality. They don't have a problem with that. I don't think anybody should be grooming anybody. I think there should be healthy dialogue with your children about sex. I think sex education is really important. I think inclusive sex education is really important because one of the things that I didn't like about I had comprehensive sex education taught in my um, school system, but I didn't have any conversations about queer sex. You feel what I'm saying? I didn't have any conversation about queer sex. I didn't have conversation about any kind of STD except for AIDS. Baby, as soon as they thought I was queer, AIDS, 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 not HIV, AIDS, 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 AIDS. Hell, hell, AIDS, AIDS, hell, hell, AIDS, AIDS. So it was not. I ain't learned about syphilis. I ain't learned about gonorrhea. I ain't learned about shit. I ain't learned about crabs, genital warts. I didn't learn about nothing except for AIDS, 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 AIDS. That's what it is. If you keep doing, you keep doing what you're doing. Hell, AIDS, hell, AIDS, hell, AIDS. That's what it is. You see, they're gonna be dying. You're gonna be dying like them gay men. That gay man's disease. They literally will call it the gay man's disease. I literally learned about it in school from kids who caught the diseases. That part. I'm traumatized by AIDS and HIV now as an adult. I'm not traumatized by it. You know, I'm well educated about it. So I'm not traumatized by it, but but it was something that that was fucking like a mallet on your head. Hey Gigi, how are you? So I just think in like kids don't come with an instruction manual. They don't. But you have to have a strategy. And I think that which is why I feel sorry for them, um, because I think these parents, this is their strategy. Like they're not seeing the flaw in their strategy. People, they're not learning the flaw. Like it feels like they're not doing what they're supposed to do in regards to is this actually working or reevaluating where they went wrong. Where did you go wrong with your first child? How are you shifting? Now I see a little bit of shift. The older children was like, yo, you didn't even have a sex conversation with us. And so now he goes back and try to have a sex conversation, learning, respect that. He tries to go back and have a sex conversation with the younger son, but the younger son is like, ooh, he asking him, are you thinking about sex? Are you thinking about girls? Do you have any questions I can answer you? But the boy is like, "Ooh, I don't want to have this conversation with my dad." Ooh, ah. because you have not cultivated that trust and that openness with your children from a young age. So now, and he says it in his interview, he doesn't says it to his dad, but in his interview that they cut to, he says, I do talk about sex with my friends, but I'm not talking about it with my dad because you have not established that relationship. You are a judgmental entity. You are not an open, cool person that I can talk to. And now you want to come and after years, after I think he's 13 now, 14 now. After 14 years of you talking negative about sex, judging my daughter, my sisters, judging my sisters about the clothes they wear, all these things inform me as a little boy that sex is bad. I'm gonna get judged. I can't I can't talk to y'all about it because there are going to be consequences. You're going to start talking about how you don't trust people. You're doing this to the girls, so of course you're going to do it to me. If I talk about it, oh, we can't. Do you see what I'm saying? Like kids are not dumb. They're going to connect that with you. And so when you try to come like a responsible adult and have these conversations, oh, let's talk about sex. They're gonna close down. Like, what is this? What's the catch? When did you get this open? You weren't even teaching us about periods. Thumbs up. You weren't even teaching us about periods. So now all of a sudden at 14, when I are by 14, honey, I know me. By 14, I done got I done did some stuff. I done got well acquainted with my body. At least even through like masturbating and I'm well acquainted with my body by 14. Part of my issue with talking about sex and body parts was because I was a bedwetter. There were always negative association with my genitalia. So I was not open to discuss anything as a teen. And but even that strategy, like even somebody like a bedwetter, there's a difference between a parent coming in talking about um this is horrible, but I've seen this. Oh my God, you still fucking pissing in the fucking bed. I gotta change these sheets every fucking morning. I'ma beat your motherfucking ass if you keep wetting the bed. You know to get your ass up and go to the bathroom. When you gonna learn? And the shame and the shame of that if you got that type of parent. But it also can be a subtle shaming where it's not that kind of shaming. It's not that it don't even need to be that harsh. It could be I gotta do this, or or I may not get angry in the morning, but I hear you talking to your homegirl on the phone, on the phone, like I gotta. He's still pissing in the bed, child. I don't know what to do. And da 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 da. It may not even be angry. It's just a subtle shaming. Now I gotta be fucking. Now you telling all my business on the phone with your homegirl about me peeing the bed, and you have made it a shameful situation when it's a natural fucking thing. When you could have easily been tender about the situation, so that I can not have a bad association with my body parts. Do you see what I'm saying? You need to have that. There needs to be a tenderness around how you engage with things that could induce shame. And this doesn't mean perfection. Like I know everybody is not trained. Um, everybody is not trained as a psychologist and trained as a child care development guru. Everybody is not that. But that's probably why you shouldn't be having fucking kids so fucking soon where you ain't got the communication skills down pat. But I know shit happened. But anyway, but once you decide to be a parent, and keep your child or forced to keep your child and you're taking care of a child, however that works, once you decide that, okay, this is my child, I got to take care of it, you also have to invest in learning those skills, those communication skills with your children. And especially nowadays where, back in the day when we thought even whooping was okay. Everybody was like whooping, whooping, whooping. Even I'm even coming out of the mindset that whooping is okay. But okay, if I can't whoop my child, what do I do? How do I get them to stay in line in regards to cleaning up their room, like the normal shit that they supposed to do? How do I get, if they don't do what I want them to do, how do I get them, inspire them to do what is right? Chores, dishes, not cuss out parents, not be bad, not be violent. How do I do that without whooping? You got to figure it out. You got to read books. You got to talk to other parents, talk to teachers, figure it out on your own through your community. Talk to them. What are my other options outside of whooping and spanking? What's my other option? What other techniques work? There are tools out here for you to do that. But yeah, you got to learn how to talk to your children in a way that doesn't induce shame, that doesn't induce fear. Because I know you want to think that whooping them and fearing them stop them from doing things. Baby, I was raised by Mississippi folks who believed in whooping. And let me tell you, whooping, while yes, whooping was something, oh, I didn't want to get a whooping, but it didn't stop me from doing sneaky shit. It didn't stop me from doing nothing sneaky that I wanted to do. Some of these protein shakes are nasty. Whew. But you gotta get your protein in. Mm. Hey Norma. In my opinion, respectability, politics, and survival became so intertwined in day-to-day life that parents brought it into the American dream idea. Explain that a little bit deeper. Explain that. Do you deal with tonsil stones when increase your protein intake via shakes, Diamond? No. My father curated an experience when I messed up, but he always gave education in correcting. Good. I think that's dope. Um, my mother was a my mother really wasn't a whooper. She whooped, but it wasn't all the time. It wasn't all the time. I only got whoopings for I got whoopings for like big shit, like what I consider big stuff. Like if I play hooky from school because I got suspended. If I was got caught stealing at a store, but like my mother wasn't just quick to whoop me. That really, she believed in whoopers, but she wasn't quick to do it for every little thing. Those type of punishments just make you better at hiding whatever you get in trouble for. True. Learn what I did wrong the first time I got caught. hmm Make sure you thumbs up. Let me think. What else did I want to talk about with the show? Um, but I want to give parents grace too, these particular conservative ones, because there are shit out here that is not good for you. Drugs is not good for you. S- just out here willy nilly having sex cannot be. It can be harmful. It can get you pregnant before you want to get pregnant. It can put you in situations. Drinking and um, not prioritizing your work and your studies. It's not that I don't agree. Excuse me. It's not that I don't understand and agree that there has to be boundaries, because there's a situation where Olivia had bought a ticket for one of the girls to go to her grandparents. And I thought that that was too far. Even though I align with Olivia politically in this, well, I don't say align, but you know what I'm saying? She more left. So I'm like, I understand what Olivia is doing. But she bought Mariah, one of the daughters, the younger daughters, a ticket to go see her parents without her, to go see her grandparents, literally to go live with her grandparents without her parents' permission. And I thought that that was too far. Don't you dare buy my kids a ticket to somewhere, a one-way ticket to somewhere because you feel like they want to be free from me. That is going too fucking far. Like, yes, if my daughter is confiding in you and you talking to her, blah, 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 but you buying her a ticket to run, basically that's running away. If I didn't give her, I'm her parent and I didn't give her permission to go, and you buying her a ticket, girl, what? Bitch, what? That might get you popped. Don't play in my face like that about my kids. So there's something, I thought that that was wrong. I thought that that went too far. But there was an incident where they were gone out of town. The mom and the dad were gone out of town, and they left the older children in charge. Now, mind you, the oldest doesn't live in the home no more. He lives with his wife Olivia, and so the parents had the rule that they cannot be around the children unless the parents are around. Now, the older son is like, why would well, I was raised with my brothers and sisters. I'm the oldest. I was raised with them. Why would I need to have permission to be around them? Now that I moved out, permission from you to be around him, to be around him by myself. I was raised around them by myself. When you wasn't around, we would be playing and da 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 da. And so he came to the house when they were out of town. He came with his wife to the house, and they were drag racing, like doing like not drag racing, that's not that, but they were driving go-karts and shit. Like they had was the he's the big he's the fun big brother. He just does fun stuff. Like he helped them make airplanes, and then he climbed on top of the roof and threw their airplanes to see who could fly the most, and they all did different type of airplanes. He is literally a big ass kid. And so it's not like they are influencing him to do drugs and da 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 da. Da. It's not like that. He just is a big ass kid, and so when they come home from their vacation and the kids say that they came over, even though the boundary for the parents was y'all cannot be around them without us because y'all are bad influences. Basically, they was making it seem like y'all betrayed us because the boundary we set with y'all. And while I understand, like if I'm a parent and these are my children and I set the boundary, that's what it is. Even if you disagree with it, that's what it is. These are my children. And this is my house. These are my rules. So you coming over to my house when I'm not there, when I told you I don't want that, that is wrong. Whether you agree with it or not. But I didn't think that that was going too far. It was breaking the rules, but I didn't, in my brain, I was like, it wasn't going too far because y'all were just playing. Like y'all literally was playing and doing fun stuff. Yeah, I may not have want you to come without me being around, but nothing went wrong. So I don't consider that going too far. But her buying the ticket for her, that was shady, and that was um it was crossing a certain line for me as a parent. Do not buy my tickets to places to go nowhere, without my permission and without me my underage child traveling somewhere without my permission, without me knowing, without a discussion happening with me. Get your ass out of here. That's going too far. Even if you disagree with my lifestyle or you disagree with how I'm raising my children, you don't that's just too far. Sorry. It's just too far. No. What show is this? It's called Welcome to Plytheville. Plathville. Welcome to Plytheville. Their last name is Plythe. The family is called the Plythe family. Do you deal with I already answered that. Nobody has said anything. And that shit about forcing your kids to lie to you because you're being too strict is tough. I was thinking about the white American dream idea of working a 9 to 5, getting married, getting a house and kids, but especially how certain black people bought into that ideal. And I guess that's more of your explanation of what you said earlier, being forced to how hard people pushed. Wait, hold on. I think you said it earlier. In my opinion, respectability, politics, and survival became so intertwined day to day life that people bought into the American dream idea. Yes, not just respectability, politics, but it was um, yes, there was a time when it was about survival. It was about economics. It was about you could not survive without respectability. Like you could not work, you could not advance without respectability. You just couldn't. Like it was a time when, in order for you to get what you need for your family, man or woman, you could not get it without dressing the part, speaking the part. Yes, absolutely. These are new Duggars. They're not new. This happened in that's why I'm talking about this. I'm just now getting into it, but the show been going on since 2019. But it's 11 kids. I never watched that show, but I think I know what you're talking about. Um, but yes. And so respectability politics was needed. And now we're in an age where it's still a part of culture, but it's not needed to survive anymore. I compare that to closeted queer people too. There was a time in our history where being openly gay or openly trans, openly queer in any kind of way, you couldn't survive because nobody would accept you. You couldn't work, you couldn't make money, you couldn't live certain places. Being openly gay and queer was a literal risk to your survival. I remember, if you listen to my very first show on my literally very first episode. I have my very first episode of March's Plate, my podcast, was me basically coming from YouTube and going into the podcast sphere. So my strategy when I started my podcast, I wanted people who were new to to be introduced to me in a certain way, and people who were coming from my YouTube to be entertained like I normally entertain them. So what I did on my very, very first episode was to tell a story. I think I'm a great storyteller. I have amazing stories. And what was on in my life in 2017, um, the year before, 2016, I got my ancestry DNA test results. And upon getting my results, when you do ancestry DNA, anybody who put their DNA in, they compare it to that person and tell you how you're related to them. And just so happened in 2008, my biological father put his information into the database. And so soon as I come in 8 years later, 2016, it tells him that I am his child. And so we knew each other. We had engaged with each other. We knew that that was a possibility. We knew how that went on. But there's a difference between co- DNA confirmation and having that conversation. You feel what I'm saying? And so he sends me a message about and apologizes for being an asshole. And apologizes for not being in my life, and can we start over, and blah 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 blah, those type of things, because now, God, I can't deny that you're my child. So it opened up my mother. It's a long story. I don't want to tell the whole story, but it opened up my mother in a different way. And one of my friends, one of my mother's friends, and it's this long ass story. Go watch it. It's called Daddy's Lessons, and it's a story about my father being trade and messing with a trans woman, and his relationship with my mother, and him not trying to be queer, and only dealing with my mother because he didn't want to be queer, and he wanted to have a baby to prove to his father that he wasn't queer, but he really was queer, and all this kind of stuff. So I go into the whole relationship in the story. It's called Daddy's Lesson. The very first Marsha's Plate, number one, hashtag number one. No, the very first episode, Daddy's Lessons. So anyway, one of the characters in that story in my real life was Rochelle. Rochelle is a trans woman from the 70s, and she had to detransition in the early 80s because um, is your father an openly gay man now? He is openly bisexual. He's basically a trade. He trade. He has messed with women and trans women. Oh, and I think maybe some boys too, but I don't know. But yes, openly bisexual. Um. So anyway, in that in the scenario, the person who kind of turned him out, the trans woman that turned him out, was named Rochelle, and Rochelle, when I got older, Rochelle wasn't Rochelle anymore. Rochelle had um detransitioned. And so when I talked to Rochelle, she was gorgeous. Like, she was one of the most beautiful trans women that I had ever met. But at that time in my life, I was like, as a trans woman myself, I was like, how could you detransition? You are the most beautiful trans woman I have ever seen. Why would you stop? Like, I just was flabbergasted because I was like, I would never be this gorgeous model. She was like a model, beautiful. Like, she had photo shoots, and it just was like, wow, why did you transition? And she was like, at that time in the 70s, early 80s, you couldn't survive and be trans. She was like, people would call my job and tell them my tea, and the people would fire me. And so that happened to me so many times at jobs that I literally could not do anything but sex work. But I didn't have the mental fortitude to do sex work. I was a church sissy, basically. I didn't have she said I didn't have the street smarts to be a sex worker. So I couldn't do that. And so I had in order for me to survive, I had to detransition and start working jobs as a boy. And so, while at the time that I was younger, I was like, I'm trans, I'm trans, I'm trans, I'm trans. But it got to the point where I just gave up on the dream of being a woman. And it was so sad to me. It was so sad because me, you can tell her seeing me thrive as a teenager, as a woman, and going to school and suing my high school. She was the first person to contact me. When I saw sue my high school, she was the first person to contact me like, "Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. I'm so glad that somebody is fighting for trans women's rights." So you can tell, even though she didn't get to transition and stay transitioned, you can tell that she was kind of living vicariously through my life because every time she would see me, she just was be like, "I'm so proud of you," and I wish I could have did that, but it just was a different time. This is 99. Back then it's like 79. This was 20 years ago. So it just was a whole different era. And yeah, you couldn't survive. Anyway, I say that. I think about it, that respectability politics conversation, like closeted. Like there was a time when you could not be queer because you couldn't survive. I don't think that we are in that space anymore in culture. People are still in the closet out of fear, but you can still survive in America and multiple other places and be openly gay. I think culture have shifted in the past, what that was 70, 50 years. It has shifted enough for it to be safe. I remember the story about the boy coming to your mom's door. Yeah, that wasn't about my dad. That was about my brother's dad. So is that why people detransition because of stigma? There's various reasons why people detransition, but I think stigma is a big part of it. Literally, there's only like 1% of trans people that actually um detransition, but usually it's stigma, it's you know, many things, but stigma is a big part of it. Yeah, that wasn't a story about my dad. Um I detransitioned and now I'm retransitioning. Why did you detransition? What was your reason? But yes, I'm glad you specified in America because some parts of the world is absolutely not possible to survive as trans. Absolutely. Some parts of the world, not at all. That dragonfly ring is gorgeous. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I love it. Um, yeah, some places it's very unsafe. You can't like you'll die or be murdered, stoned or something. But in America, I think we have gotten, it's not that saying that somebody couldn't possibly be attacked for being queer, but culturally in general, um, it's safe to be openly gay. Not saying that there's no discrimination that could happen, but we just don't live in a time where you can't survive at all. I think you get what I'm saying? You can be free a little bit. I found that I'm a non-binary trans femme and not a trans woman. While transitioning, my life was a mess. Employment wasn't stable, and I was losing my mind. I have questions, but I don't want to ask them publicly. But I'm glad you're happy. Mhm. Mm, interesting. I always wonder if the social economic stuff was not a barrier, would you have detransitioned though? Like if if you're saying that how do I say this without invalidating? So I know that non-binary trans femme exists. I know that that's an identity. But when you give me the reasons, if you said that unemployment was unstable, my life was a mess, I had all these insecurities when it comes to finances, and I just was losing my mind, it makes me feel like the socioeconomic things made the shift. It wasn't identity thing. Because what if everything was great? What if you transitioned and everything was great? Would you have felt the need to shift to be non-binary? Because there for me in my experience in with non-binary people, there's some non-binary people where I think that they are non-binary because they just don't want to take the full leap because of the problems that come with actually being a full-time woman and um having the access to being read as a boy when they need to be read as just a gay boy and not a trans woman, having that access for survival is a perk that they use. It's similar to um mass for mass gay men. When I need to butch up um and be seen as a straight boy, I can do that. Even though I might want to fag out and be I still want to have an access to blend. I still want to have access. And so I see people kind of straddling that line of identity just to have access to some of the privilege of being closer to being cisgendered than just a full-fledged trans man, trans woman. Not saying that that's you, but I see that a lot. It's like there's some safe middle ground in that non-binary space. There's some safe middle ground where it's kind of like bisexuality. It's like I'm gonna say I'm even though if I'm a man, I only fuck with men. I only fuck with men for real. But I'm gonna say I'm bi just because it's not gay. It's bi. Do you get what I'm saying? Is there's a safety that come because how close you are to cis heteronormativity, there there's a safety that comes kind of with colorism. The closer you are to white, even though you still get some of these problems, the closer you are to being white, it comes with some safety. There's always that binary of depending on what system we're talking about. The closer you are to it, the more safe you become. Just something to think about that I find to be curious when people are non-binary. I think the privilege of passing is present for many gender expressions and identity, especially under capitalism. And I know for me that that doesn't influence my authentic identity gender. I know what you mean. For me, it's not the safety. It's more I don't feel like I fit the woman box. and I rather not have the pressures of showing up as a woman. Okay. Makes sense. But that's also how I feel about being a man, and that's why you're non-binary. That makes sense. I feel you, Jay, but it also links to the safety conversation in many ways. I'm pretty sure if I saw you engage, I will find a way to point out where it links to safety and not just identity. I think both of those truths can live at the same time. Because I see it all the time with non-binary people. They're real, they're real selective. It's it's a real balancing act that I see them play in the world. Even like Alok. Like I think Alok is one of the most popular non-binary people. But recently they have been very consistent with their style, their, that kind of, I was about to say outlandish, but that's not the right noun. I mean the right adjective I want to use, but that kind of whatever that style is that Alok presents, that kind of shake up the gender expression in fashion. Um, not that's the wrong adjective. That's too that has too many negative connotations. So that's not the right word I want to say. But whatever that fashion sense, that expression that Alok does, they have gotten popular. So they put on more often. But I remember meeting them early in their when they weren't as popular, and that was only sometimes like that out when they were walking the streets, there was a calm down that they were doing. Now when they wanted to get attention, then that kind of beard, dress, tuck out, colored hair, you get what I'm saying? But on a regular everyday basis, they were in t-shirt, bearded, still giving off a queer gig, but it felt like it was very intentionally not as shaking it up. But now that they're popular, it seems more consistent. Like I gotta be on all the time. Yeah, it's very performance. And sometimes I be getting performance from it's all performance. We're all performing. So I'm not I'm we're all performing. E- Everybody who is putting on clothes to convey their gender identity, it is a performance. We are all performing. But I guess what I'm pointing out is the selective nature of how that performance is conveyed for safety within the non-binary experience. We all are, you know, a cisgender woman who dresses, exceptionally sexy on a normal basis. And then when she goes to an interview, she puts on more conservative clothes. that is a selective performance of her gender for safety because she needs money. She wants to secure a safe home and her bills. That's about safety and security. I'm aware that some things will bring attention that question safety, but I live beyond gender performance and where would I want. That's still not leaving me publicly indecent. I don't understand the last sentence. I live beyond gender performance and where would I want. That's still not leaving me publicly indecent. Hmm. I like that you said in the non-binary experience because we all do it. Yes, we all perform. We all perform a type of gender expression, but it's a unique experience now with non-binary people that feels. Hmm. I mean, my genitalia aren't out. Okay, because being your genitalia being out, and when we say out, untucked, not necessarily out to the public, but untucked, is is that indecent? Because this is what's wild for me. That's a good conversation. Well, how much more time we got? Oh, 5 minutes. Okay, we can go a little bit longer. That untucking conversation, that is an interesting conversation because how is it indecent if you are assigned male at birth and you have a penis? Why is your penis showing different from a dude in sweatpants? And I could see he clearly is a man and has a penis. Um, okay, so you talk about naked. Okay. But anyway, I want to have the conversation about being untucked. So, because I see that when I see they usually try to do it with white trans women, because most black trans women ain't tipping around untucked. I'm not saying that it doesn't get it. I'm saying that they don't do it all the time, or that there's someone that doesn't do it. But usually, when you see those kind of pictures floating around the internet of somebody walking around in a skirt untucked, it's a white non-binary person or a white trans woman. It's a non-binary person or a white trans woman. And so I see people in the comments, particularly trans people or queer people, kind of pushing back about them being untucked. And I'm like, That's just transphobic. It feels transphobic because if a dude has on jeans and we can see his bulge in his pants. Now I'm not talking about the genitalia being out to the public. I'm talking about it being just visible within your clothes. Nobody would say that us being able to see a person assigned male at birth bulge in their gym shorts, in their sweatpants. Is actually sweatpants. It's a season where we talk about seeing men's um bulge, and it's not indecent. It's just there because they are men, they are people with penises. And so, bam, it shows when they're in certain clothes. And so, but when a trans person does it, particularly a non binary trans person, um, when they choose to have their tucks out, there is this kind of indecent quality that people kind of put on it because they're not conforming to the idea that you need to hide your penis if you're in a skirt. Now, me, I ain't got this problem. I'ma always be tucked. In regards to visibly, you ain't never gonna see me running around in a skirt and my tuck is out. That makes me super, super uncomfortable. So tipping around dangling, that is so uncomfortable to me. But if that was somebody else, who wants to do that is quite interesting. That kind of shakes up something in people. I feel like this is where some of the animosity between the trans and the non-binary community come from, which is why these conversations are important. What the straddling the fence? Yes, I agree. It's kind of like the conversation between biracial people who can pass and or who can pass for non-black. It's that kind of that weird thing. It's like you being able to straddle the fence and right, like David Boy always had his little thing showing in those tight pants. How's that different from a bit of camel toe? All right, we are at 2 hours. Make sure y'all thumbs up if y'all watching so far or y'all just joined us. Um, for this last, y'all got anything that y'all want to talk about? What's happening in the world? Don't talk about Gaza. I'm tired of Gaza. It's free Palestine over here, though. Just so you know. In this house, it is free Palestine, but I don't really want to talk about Gaza. Anything else that is interesting, y'all? Is interesting to y'all? Doo-doo. No, it is the shape of um that. I don't know what the shape is. It's not the United States. Thank you. Hey Tia. Oh, I wish you was here earlier. We were talking about parenting. Gilded age. What about gilded age? What do you want to talk about that? Speaking of gilded age, um, Peggy, Peggy, Peggy on Gilded Age looks like Tia White's daughter. They look like twins. A few stolen moments. She does. She looks every time I watch that show, I think about your daughter because she looks so much like your daughter. I'd be like, oh my God, she looks just like Shamira. Ain't her name Shamira? Is that how you pronounce it? I was like, oh my God. I want you to make this your signature color, the red. This is my favorite color, the orangey red, platinum blonde, orangey red, or so if it's curly, I want it this color. If it's long, I want it black, like a brown, like a dark color. If it's short, I want it blonde. That those three are my signature looks. Shamira, Shamira, Samira, like Samira, Samira, not Sha, Samira. Gotcha, Samira. Oh, girl, losing her memory. Oh, girl, losing her memory. Who? Who lost her memory? Oh, lost her money. Oh, that little stupid heart was blocking it. Oh, girl, losing her money. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to Sunday to see what's the finale gonna give. I wonder how she gonna be poor. Oh, she ain't gonna be poor. She, honey, um, um, Agnes about to go to them banks and shake it up. Agnes about to show you, baby, I'm a rich white woman, baby. I know how to do my thing. She about to come pop y'all. She ain't gonna lose her money. She gonna pop y'all. Let me show you how to pull these strings and find these people who stole our coins. She ain't gonna be poor. That's a them being rich is too important to the storyline. And they're the main character family, the Van Ryans. They just shaking it up. That's just the storyline right now. She gonna be still rich. That boy's beard scammed the hell out of Oscar. I do love the ginger orange juice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is a great stream. I tuned out of football to watch you. Oh, thank you. Welcome. You know, I never understood sports. Like seeing men run across the same field back and forth, back and forth. I know it's not that simple. Whether it be basketball or football, it's men running across the same field. Of course, I know there's strategy and, you know, skill that it takes, but I find it to be quite boring. Like if the field changed, like you remember those shows back in the day, like those gladiator shows where the field would change, like how they like different things they had to scale up, climb up, or like if a football field did that, like it changed like every quarter, like something changed on the field, that actually would be dope to me. Like that would make it interesting. Like if they had to do certain things more, like I don't know. It seemed like it would be better. It seemed like football would be better if the basketball court, if the basketball hoop moved, like it, like if it shifted back and forth, like instead of it being stationary, if it shifted, maybe like back and forth 6 feet. So you got to aim your shots to actually land in a moving target. That would be interesting. That would make sports interesting to me. Like make it more. It's literally the same bullshit. For how long has basketball been around? Forever. A stationary hoop, and they're running back and forth, the same distance, the same things. So nobody thought to innovate the game in a way to make it more difficult or to make it more interesting. Um, yeah, it just feels like it's just boring to me. I just don't understand it. People act like, they act like women's shit is so like, when we talk about women being, and this is all stereotypical shit, but women being into fashion, women being into makeup, makeup is all on this, it's all on your face. You only doing your eyes, doing your nose, doing your lip. But creative makeup is changing those things. Do you see what I'm saying? Like there's some creativity. Just watch the show Glow, Glow Up, or that makeup. There's so many things that you can do with makeup that can change shit where it's not the same all the time. And fashion is the same way. Sports feels so dumb to me. Like it feels so, like I know that there are some intricacies with it when it comes to the skill of playing this boring ass game. Yes. It's like tennis. Ooh, back and forth. Don't, it feels weird. Yes, but nobody decided to lift the up, make the what is it? Not the, is it the fence or what is that? The net? What is that called? What is that thing called? Make that go up and down? Like maybe some um I don't know. It just seems quite boring. It seems like for a watcher, I can see a player being interested maybe, but it seems like nobody innovated it to make it do something different. Like it feel like the game would be more cool if you had a net that went up 5 feet. You want them to be on the obstacle? Yes, do something. Make it interesting. Like it feels like it would be more interesting if there was something that made you have to be more skillful. Like, what's the next level? Like, look at gymnastics. Like they gotta go to different stuff. They gotta be on the mat. They gotta be on the horse thing. They gotta be on the swing things. They gotta be on the the ring swinging. There's so much stuff that in gymnastics they do different. Like they do different stuff, so it feels more interesting. Like they do, like I'm pretty sure balancing on the horse is different, totally different physical skill than swinging on them fucking double bars. And I don't know, it just seems like that's doing something different than going back and forth on a fucking field. Because even if you are one of, like say football, even if you are even in one of the positions, like I don't know what's the ones that have to block, not let you get to the quarterback, whatever those positions are, to not let you get to the quarterback. That's all you doing all damn day, just stopping people from getting to the quarterback. I guess the receivers, the running backs, is other people that catch the ball. I don't know. Whoever that position, that would be fun because you gotta, okay, where I'm gonna go to make sure that the quarterback can, I can be open enough for him to come get it, and this nigga ain't about to catch the ball from me. It seemed like that might be a little bit fun, maybe. Do I like tennis? I don't like sports. I don't like sports at all. Like like I'm explaining why I don't like it. It feels stupid. They doing it. It would be more interesting if they changed it. I would watch basketball if they start making the goal move. I mean, making the hoop move. Like if it moved, ooh, that would be fire. If there were obstacles, if there were obstacles on the football field that changed and got harder every quarter. Like, there are 4 quarters in the game. The first quarter, you got the flat field. But the second quarter, some shit start popping up out of the ground, honey, that makes it harder for you to not be able to just run straight. And then the third quarter, something else, something harder. And by the fourth quarter, it's super fucking hard. That seems like it will make the strategy has to change. I don't know. It seemed like it would be cooler, more interesting. You ever see Starship Troopers? This is making me think of the space age game they had. Make believe in the movie. Yeah, the game, like even fucking um Harry Potter, Quidditch. That game looked like it was dope. You got the people blocking the rings. You got the one person that got to catch the little I don't remember what it's called, but the little gold thing, and you win the whole game if you get that. And then you, it's just so many different. It was so many different things. So I don't know. It just made it seem like it was better, but it was a magical fucking show. Uh, Chris is fighting for their life right now. Chris, what is Chris saying? Uh, there are interesting parts of team sports. It's not the actual objective, but the team dynamics and planning. Yeah, I need more. That gets boring to me. I need it to be more difficult. I need the game to shift. And I know things have shifted because they changed the ball type, right? Didn't didn't the ball used to not be pigskin or used to be pigskin or something? Didn't the ball, there's certain things that over time in like football that things have changed. Even them wearing helmets and shit. Like they didn't used to fucking wear helmets like when football has started, when American football has started. So they have made some shifts. Why they haven't made shifts in the objective of the game? They have made shifts. So I don't know. It's just something to think about. When I think about sports, that's what I think. The ball should get heavier throughout. Ooh, wouldn't that be dope? The ball should get heavier. Ooh. Not, drastically heavier, but heavier for where you're not used, where your skill now is your body has to gauge the weight of the ball. Yes, ma'am. Because now the quarterback can't just throw it. Now because since high school, he has been used to this type of football, this weight of this football, and he has to figure out how to get it to them. Da 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 da. But now, if the ball gets heavier, a new skill has to be developed. A new skill has to be developed on, yo, in the beginning of the quarter, it was a little 10 pound. I don't know how much does a football weigh, or however much it weigh on average. Now it's heavier, whatever technology, now it's heavier. So now if there was a difference in weight, I had to throw it a couple of pounds ago. Now I got to throw it a different weight. And so now my body got to adjust to the skill needed to get it to the person I need to get it to. That makes it, you just added something. Yes. I don't know. It's certain I need it to change. I need some type of shift because this back and forth across the court, back and forth across the field, doing the same shit, getting across the 10-yard line. Child, okay. I'm glad y'all enjoy. I'm up, I'm out. Cause I used to be into whatever that show was back in the day called Gladiator, where they had to shoot shit and shoot into the target. They had to cross these. They had to do shit. Where I was like, you get into it. There was a team deflating their balls, so someone had a similar idea. Shay. Hey Ty, how's work? I was gonna come out last night, but y'all, I couldn't tell if you were promoting something that was coming up or something that was last night. Cause y'all didn't put a date on there. Well, it was a date, but it was for a later date. What's the new Wednesday spot that you were promoting? Mm. Oh, I wanted to come out last night, but then I started talking on the phone and left. Mm. Doo-doo-doo. A few stolen moments is all that we share. You've got your family, and they need you there. Mm. Y'all gotta be bored. It's kind of like race car driving. They got new kind of cars. Like they had them cars with the cars are changing. Yeah, they're going around in circle, da 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 da. But the type of cars that are on the track are changing. Um, Tia, are you one of them girls that be sitting watching sports with your man? That's high. That's real high pick me energy. Are you one of the ones that used to play? This is when I can tell when it's not pick me energy. Are you one of the ones that used to play sports, but then you gain some weight, and so you don't fuck with it no more? So you still like the game, but you just you ain't got the shape. You grew some titties now, so you can't run like you do. Cause I used to like track but as soon as you get titties, baby, that track dream is done, baby. Cause them titties be boom, 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 boom. You cannot run like you used to. I remember when I was young, without no titties, I could just run, like just without nothing stopping me, baby. When you get boobs, that running is done, done. That's why them um gymnastic girls don't be having no kind of titties. I'm even worse. I be cooking for him during the game. I know that's right. Let me fix you some wings, baby. While you and your friends enjoy the game. I don't think nothing wrong with that. That's cute. If he deserves that energy. I think pick me energy is only good if you are with a man that deserves that energy. I live for it, but I love it. But if you are if they deserve that energy, that's dope. It's my personal shame. Yeah, I probably would be questioning. Um, be like, I'm feeling like a Stepford wife. uh, I feel like a little all the all my feminist icons on my shoulder looking at me like side eyeing. I ain't met a deserving one yet. I'm not watching no sports, baby. I am not sitting watching nobody's sports. Eh, I remember in high school. I remember in high school. I used to try to play that. Go to my boyfriend's because my boyfriend was the captain of the football team. I used to go to his little basketball games of his football games and be sitting in the bleachers like I really care about this bullshit. Child, no ma'am. Not bell hooks on your shoulder with some braids side eye. With her classic down the middle braids. Thank you, Amoon. It's looking real cute. Yes, the bust down jail braids. Those 1988 Crip braids, California Crip braids. Arlington games were hype though. I love going to y'all games for everything but the games. Yeah, the games that were like busting games for like when we played Broad Ripple, it wasn't about the actual game that I cared about. It was the it was a socializing with the people, walking around with your fly ass outfits and y'all talking and da da da. It wasn't the game. I wasn't paying attention to the game at all. It was the fact that it was a citywide popular rival game that everybody came to, even motherfucker who didn't go to our school. Dr. Umar Johnson wouldn't last a second with bell hooks. I wouldn't even want her to sit down and talk to him. I would not want bell hooks to talk to him at all. I'm glad that did not happen. Dream a little dream of me. He needs to stick to education. He's one of them people that, you'll listen to him for like 20 minutes and he'll be right. He'll be in, you listen for 20 minutes and 15 of the minutes, you be like, I agree. And then he'll pop out something that you like, I see why I don't fuck with you. You almost had me. It's like, you a black man. You a black man. Yes, you're reminding me that you a nigga. And I don't fuck with niggas. ah. Yeah, it gives me that sometimes where I'm like, oh yeah, he's preaching. He like Charles White. Charles White be preaching sometime too. You be like, yeah, Charles, I get this nuance right here is popping, but you always stab me with something that ain't right. It ain't nuanced enough. Yeah, Dave Chappelle is like that. It's just not nuanced enough, and they don't have the gender. That gender is their blind spot. Gender and sexuality is their blind spot. They are experts at race because race is the only thing that they got to battle. And class, of course. They're experts. When it comes to classism and race, they are experts. But that gender, woo, that gender, that nuance of gender, baby, oh, that trips them up every time. That always trips them up. And it's quite interesting how it would shift so much if they just could get on board. It's like white women with race. It's like white women with race. It's like y'all have this feminist analysis. You'll get it when it comes to your oppression. You'll get the nuance. But when it comes to race, you get to it short circuits your brain. And even Welcome to Placerville, when she was talking to him about that, when she said, "You want me go back to values that benefit you as a man," and in the comments, I said that I was like, she is wearing him out. When it comes to being the nuance about gender, she is wearing him out. She's an expert. I said, I wish y'all would do this about race. Because if black men and white women shifted in that mm, shifted, if they shifted, especially white women, but if black men and white women, no, like drastically white women, but in our culture, black men would drastically help us because we will stop dying. But on a whole American culture level, if white women shifted, if they got that nuance, that racial nuance, and they really, really worked hard on that and divested from the benefits that they get from white supremacy, it will save them so much when it comes to gender oppression. Save them so much. I feel classism to me, classism, which is really intertwined with capitalism. I feel like that is more that's the op. Like that's the op system. That's the system that really undermines every other's really undermines every advancement that we can get in the other systems. Classism and capitalism, those two systems together, that's the op because that's the thing that you can't hide. You can't hide your race, can't hide your gender. That's the stuff that people can see. But class and how people are invested in class, how people are invested in capitalism, those two things, motherfuckers can sell you out behind closed doors without you even knowing it. Those are, to me, those are the opposites. And think about how some of our people got. Like when we think about let's take Fred Hampton. The black dude who was the informant, one of the reasons why he became an informant was because he was robbing a bank or robbing something. There was some kind of financial bind and threaten that they were giving him. Like they was like, "Yo, we gonna lock you up if you don't get in here and become an informant for us. We're going to get you together." There's always that social economic factor of I had to do this to get out of the hole that I was in. When we think about people selling drugs, people setting motherfuckers up, money being invested to get to another class, being invested to have more capital, those be the things that motherfuckers be selling out, selling people out. A bitch will fuck your husband, not just to fuck him on some sexual shit, but because he has you sitting real pretty in a different class. And they think that they can snag them from you to get to that class. It's so many things that class and capitalism, they the op system. They the ones that's like that undercover thing. I done seen so many in nonprofit. just so they can make a coin, throw other bitches under the bus, throw community under the bus. Just all they could be speaking life into community all the time, and then soon as somebody come with a check, ooh, I'm trying to survive. I remember this one girl stole the money from this organization, and her excuse was, "I'm a black trans woman. I'm just out here trying to survive." So that capitalism and class, and she had bought a car and went on trips and got and people would start calling her out like, "What the fuck is you doing with the coins?" And she was like, "I'm a black trans woman. Y'all know the oppression I'm under." I said, "Oh, okay." Yeah, I gagged, but yeah. And your response is, "Yeah, but girl, you gotta have some integrity, girl." She also bought a doctorate degree, if we're thinking of the same woman. I don't know. I don't get in people business. Get your life. I'm out for a hustle. Just don't hustle me, baby. Don't hustle. Don't mess up my coins. I'm out. If you can hustle, hustle, bitch. Don't mess up my coins, and don't try to come hustle me. Hustle the white man, the white people, and the funds and the people. I just, make sure you're doing right by your community in the process of you hustling them. Don't steal from your people. Steal from them. Yeah, right is wrong is wrong. Um, mm, sometimes, sometimes there has to be a. I don't think Robin Hood was wrong from stealing from the rich to give to the poor when the rich was exploiting. So everybody's technically he was wrong, but I don't think he was wrong. Do you see what I'm saying? Technically, you're doing something illegal, so it's considered wrong. But that what's right and wrong can be look very different from depending on who's being exploited. When this is why I don't pay my student loans. I'm in protest. I only pay enough to keep me out of default. I do not pay them. I pay them the bare minimum, just enough to keep me out of default because I eventually want to get a house. So I want to make sure I'm out of default so that it can I cannot so I cannot be in default because default looks bad. But bare minimum. Bare minimum. And I'm going every couple of months, I'm gonna tell you that I'm in hardships. I need I need what is it? Forbearance, baby. Forbearance or I need an adjustment. I need to pause these payments for a couple of months. I'm going through shifts in my career, even if I'm not, honey. Just so I can stop for 3 months, 3 or 4 months, honey. I done ran out of hardships. Girl. Then y'all gonna get the bare minimum. I think my payment is like $75. And me, I think I got like 70. I think I like 70,000 left of worth of loans. But it feels like it keeps going up. It feels like I've been paying it and it's not the number's not going down because of interest. So it's like it just It's a fucking it's a scam. At the end of the day, it's a scam. It's a scam. That's what it is. It's a scam, and you're right. Y'all getting the bare and when I get my house, y'all ain't getting nothing. Y'all ain't getting nothing. And I'm somebody who don't even want no fucking super expensive house. I want something comfortable. Mhm. I'm waiting for the young people to get old, so I'll probably be about 70 before they forgive the loans. But when all these old conservatives die, but I'm so glad I didn't pay them. Thank you, young people. Ah, Jesus did. Glory. My ancestors paid, not just Jesus. My ancestors paid, not just Jesus, honey. My ancestors already paid, baby. Y'all owe us. I'm when it comes to these motherfucking when it comes to these student loans, baby, I'm ADOS as hell. African descendant of slave, baby. American descendant of slave, baby. I turn into an ADOS 5% hope, 5% or hotep nigga. Y'all owe me. I turned into an ADOS nigga about these motherfucking scooter loans. Y'all owe me. My ancestors already done died. Blood shed on these lands. Lands that ain't even my ancestors, but child, my ancestors was coming over here before colonization. Baby, I need reparations. Y'all owe me. Yeah, but before they do that, I be sleep. I feel like I'm gonna be old. Cause I be thinking about people who saw Obama, who were around in the 50s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, who got to see Obama live, like become president. Put that to my 40 acres and the mule. Right. Go ahead. That mule, the interest on that mule, take it out of that. Take it out of that, baby. Cause I ain't got it yet. Hmm. I went to your house, walked up the stairs. I opened the door without ringing the bell. Walked down the hall into your room where I could smell you and know I shouldn't be here without permission. I shouldn't be here. Would you forgive me, love, if I danced in your shower? Would you forgive me, love, if I laid in your bed? Y'all know that song? Would you forgive me, love, if I stayed all afternoon? Oh, Yes, it's a hidden track on Alanis Morissette's Jagged Little Pill. Mhm. I owe 25,000. I ain't paying that shit. What went to school for, I did not do anything with. I don't have a career in that field. If I did, I'm making way more money now, and I don't even have to go. You need to teach me how to do what you do. I love that album. I didn't know there was a hidden track. Yes, if you let the last song play, there's a song called Your House, and that's what I was just singing. Where I could smell you and know should be here without permission. Should be here. Do you forgive me, love? I noticed a letter that sat on your desk. He said, hello, love. I love you so, love. Meet me at midnight and no, I shouldn't be here without permission. I shouldn't be here. So you forgive me, love. If I cried in your shower. What do you think of that Marion Wilson lady? She was the only one to mention the need for reparation during some presidential candidate years ago. Yeah. Child, I don't know about that lady. I don't follow her. Well, I think that was a technology thing. Um, when it comes to them being on CDs, you can actually hide the track on the CD. That was a technology thing. And now that technology, we have moved past CDs, um, it can't be hidden. I just miss credits. I miss being able to read through credits. I wish that even online when it's streaming, I wish that it would show all the background people, all the I wish that it showed the credits, more details into the credits. People who made the song. I'm only paying mine because it's the lowest of the depths and I'm actually working in the field of my degree. I get paid more because of it. Yeah, I'm the same way too. I've gotten more money at jobs because I had a degree. So it has benefited me, but I don't be recommending people to go to college all the time and spend that money. Right? Because now you like, believe everybody's writing and producing. Same. Now they're all under songwriters, but they used to be real specific. Yeah, I want more detail. Who played the drums? Who played the guitar? Who played, who did the background vocals? Who did the soprano, alto, and tenor? Hell no, I'm quick to tell somebody go get a trade. I want to go get a trade now. And their little note of personality. I used to love reading Missy's and the Spice Girls and Little Kim. I think Samir is going the trade route. I'm happy. I know my brother. I know in the military, when you have a degree and you go into the military, you make more money and you automatically go in as an officer and not a private, I think. So he came into the military making more money because he had a 4-year degree. And I feel like my brother's going into the military was the best decision in his life because this nigga, on top of his income, you know how like when you get SSI, like you only can make a certain amount of money, but you got a set income. My brother get a certain because he went and did his I call it a bid, because he went and did his shit and he got disability because PTSD disability or whatever that is. Um and they have different range. He is like the 90% disability range, even though he's not physically disabled in that sense. Um so he getting like, you know, 3 or 4 G's from the military every month on top of his work salary. So his monthly money from the military, he can live off of that, just to live off of that. But he also get a check. He comes like he works, so he gets his work check and an extra 3 stacks every month. I was like, nigga, you hit a lick going to the military. What do you think about how fast things are going? We can probably contribute a lot of that to social media technology. What do you mean how fast things are? What is going fast? Because I don't feel like shit be going fast. A little later in the album. The way we consume things is crazy. We heard it 2 days later. It's old moving. Oh, you talk about like music. Um, I don't know. I like advancement. I like what I love about it's two things happening. And it's happening with it's happening with all aspects of culture. Right now, we are experiencing, people will say, "Oh, this is the trend. This is a trend." But actually right now, if you pay attention, there are so many styles happening at once. There's so much cultural exchange when it comes to, like, just take fashion. It's happening in all culture. So writing, music, blah, blah, blah. But just take fashion. Back in the day, we used to have why we can look back and say, oh, this looks 70s. Oh, this looks 60s. This looks 80s. Is because there was an elite set of people who were making the fashion, who was the tastemakers, who was making things. This is what is hot in this era. Okay. And sometimes it's um socioeconomic factors, but most of the stuff it was certain tastemakers, whoever was the popular tastemakers, the elites, the new darling of the fashion industry. So there are things that the tastemakers were making pop. And so we can look back at the 60s and see the cut crease and the spider lashes and the twiggy lashes and the twiggy short haircut. You know what I'm saying? And say this is the mod fashion, something. You see what I'm saying? Like there were tastemakers making them important. We still have people trying to do that, but because of the exchange of information and exchange of cultures, those people no longer have as much power in making taste unless you're somebody that just is like a fan of a celebrity and you still sucked into that culture of idolizing celebrities. But you got people out here following their outfits from anime in Japan, like their clothes, their fashion is following you get what I'm saying? Um characters from cartoons and they look fly as shit. Then you got some girl who is mixing modern with that kind of Dita Fonteese. I don't know what the style is, but that kind of boudoir kind of style, that Dita Fonteese. But then she's adding like a modern bondage, not bondage, but this modern kind of edge to it where it's kind of like soft and but also got the leather to it. It's dope. So you got all of these different styles happening that are relevant and modern right now. And I don't think when people, if we fast forward to a certain time, that trend shit is not gonna happen because it's gonna be so many things happening at once. I think the last era was before the internet started getting popping, like, like the 2000s when they were still wearing baggy clothes and blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? Like they were wearing baggy clothes and, it was a certain look, the long t-shirts. That's because the internet hadn't taken over and people, but right now, I feel like from now on, that trend shit, like we're not going to be able to tell what was on trend in this era because there's so many things happening. A new influencer is born every day. Exactly. And the influencer is not one person on TV. Who influenced Utah is different than who influenced me. My homegirl, she loves a Jackie Ina. I love a High Low Lux. I love a Blair Edie. I think it's Edith Blair, whatever the chick name is. Um, I'm influenced by a whole different group of people than you are influenced by. A style. There's people that I follow that you probably wouldn't even guess that I follow. It's so many influences that come with style, influence would come. I don't think that trends are going to exist in the same way that we have seen them in the last 100 years. When it comes to fashion or anything, music, you ask people who they listening to right now, you gonna get such a eclectic list of people, bitches you ain't never heard of, people you have heard of. You get what I'm saying? Look at it, I just think we're in a different era, and I don't think it's negative. I don't think it's negative at all. I just think that we're in a time where culture is being a culture and information is being exchanged so fast and going into so many different directions that is so many trends happening at one time. And these fashion brands are not and can't even possibly keep up with it. Yes, they have established their name as a fashion brand, but um they know how no longer have the power to be tastemakers like they used to be. Especially since most people I listen to are on the radio. That part. We I'm trying to think of, there's so many independent artists that are creating their own way and their own path. Look at how music industry. It was only used to be a certain set of powerful industry elites who decided who they were going to sign, who was the next person. So we got a very curated um I'm not talking about local music, but pop music. We got a very like a Whitney Houston was a curated sound for that Clive Davis wanted. He literally wanted a black artist who sung pop music like Dionne Warwick, but was young, that he was in control of. Like he literally said that. So Whitney fit a perfect. So it was his vision, and there was a couple of people, big wigs um who had you know what I'm saying, who had a vision. But now you brought up Doja Cat. Yes, Doja Cat was doing things, but we see her because she has a popularity, and somebody says, "Oh, let's invest in this." And there's more of that going on. There's an algorithm in each one of those platforms designed specifically for you. Yes, that's showing you things, introducing you to things that is unique for you. So it's simultaneously more of a follow and less of a follow, if that makes sense to y'all. Like it's more of a follow because, ooh, if your circle of people is following this one artist and you like, ooh, everybody's listening to this one artist, then you can really follow that crowd. But you can also do something totally different simultaneously and not follow the crowd. So I feel like it's more simultaneously sheepish and simultaneously individualistic. And that's why we're never going to see another Beyonce. Um, they have come from they are dinosaurs of a time that is lost, a lost time. Not saying that that's a bad thing. People who we see now are gonna I would love to see how pop stars manifest 30 years from now. Because think about how many girls rappers we have that we didn't have before because the gatekeeper said you have to come into the game through men. Trina, Trick Daddy, Lil Kim, um, Puff Daddy, and Big Papa, um, Foxy Brown through Jay Z. Do you see what I'm saying? Like you had to come through, but now we're in an era you had to come through men and executives to be a female rapper. Even they talked about like Queen Latifah and them. They had to come through men. But now like it's so many. Even though they talking hella shit about, oh, they're talking rapping about the same shit. Yeah, when you get to we talking about Megan and Cardi, da 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 da. Yes, they're gonna have a particular formula, but there's so many rap girls that you can listen to that are not like that, that you can actually find now. When we think about Tierra Whack, when we think about Baby Mother, when we think about it's so many. I feel like Lady Gaga is I would be surprised if Lady Gaga came back with something that matched her success. I feel like her star is fading. I would want to see what I'm I want anybody that I like. I like Lady Gaga, so I want her to be successful. But I want to see I I mean, yeah, I feel like it's time for her to pivot because musically, um, I can see her being a great actress. But musically, I think that star has set. That sun has set. Because I'm not seeing any more musical growth in her. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I like Lady Gaga. I'm trying to. I don't know. I just haven't seen any musical growth in her. That's just what I'm not. I'm not seeing it. I think her ship has sailed. I think what happened with Lady Gaga is what happened with it's like I don't know. I haven't thought chewed on this enough to articulate it, but I'll try. There are okay, so we know about race. So let's talk about Black Lives Matter. Okay. So Black Lives Matter, that Trayvon Martin shit happened in 2015, right? So we went through this cultural thing where Black lives started to matter. And so what we said, because of this shift and this course of talk about colorism, about blackness, about respectability politics, there was this rise in consciousness. And so because of that rise in consciousness, certain people, the effects because of culture, certain people got featured and became popular during this time. Certain black people who normally wouldn't get popular because of those negative systems. But because we had black folks and white people like, ooh, we want to center black people. We want to center dark skinned people. We want to center um, these people that we because we want to absolve ourselves from racism and we want to do these diversity and inclusion things and bring more black people in. So there were shows, there were artists, there were people who we normally wouldn't see that got popular, more popular than they normally would. Okay. I think that there was something, now that's about race. Okay. I think that there was something happening simultaneously about queer shit. That's why we get a pose. We get these things that we normally wouldn't see, that normally wouldn't get greenlit. So here comes this woman, this white woman, who is championing LGBT shit. And we haven't seen this since Madonna. We ain't seen this type of championing of LGBT shit with the Little Monsters tour and da 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 since Madonna, since like Vogue or something. No pop star. I don't remember nobody championing LGBT shit like her since Madonna. So during this woke era, I think I think her star shined a little bit brighter because of that. And now that we're in an era where, okay, we had those conversations. People are getting tired of the trans thing. If you ask any one of the trans leaders, honey, we ain't getting booked like we was in 2020. We wasn't getting booked like we was in 2019. We ain't getting booked like we was in the younger in the in that kind of era from 2015 to 2020 to 2020. That was a beautiful moment because everybody wanted to hire the trans people. It was a cute moment. Everybody was being woke. But there's a backlash happening, and not just a conservative backlash. Take them out of it. People on our side are tired of the moan rush. people are people are people are tired of the trans narrative. People are tired of the black card being played. People are tired. And so they're trying to go back to normal. things as usual because they're tired of the discomfort that the black card gives. They're tired of the discomfort that the no, they may not be trying to kill it like fucking the conservatives are, but they tired of being called out about racism and homophobia and transphobia and all the other isms. They're tired of that. And so the pendulum, it does swing the other way, even on our side. We know what the conservatives gives, but even on our side, that pendulum, where they are when it comes to fighting for those things, definitely swings moderate or extreme depending on what's happening in the world. And I think we're swinging back to being moderate. Do y'all agree? Make sure y'all thumbs up if you haven't thumbs up. We have 31 people in here and only 30 thumbs up. One more person. Somebody hasn't thumbs up that's listening. Thumbs up. There you go. Yay. Now it's equal. But yes, I think Gaga was riding that wave, and she was and it was cute. What she was doing was cute. I also think that about Taylor Swift too. There's this I don't know what it's called, but it's like a thank you, thank you, thank you. We love that. Engagement is important. It's a couple of things that happens. For example, okay, so like Beyonce, um, there is a because of the state of affairs when it comes to racial issues in our country, there's an anti-black sentiment that is rumbling under always. And so at this in the same way that Beyonce and these other black artists are, you know, their blackness is celebrated in the midst of this Black Lives Matter situation. There is going to be the opposite that runs to Taylor Swift because Taylor Swift is the pop white girl. And that's the only place that they can run. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't think Taylor Swift is overrated. I think she is a talented songwriter. I think that, first of all, I think that she's pretty. I think in a typical white girl way, she is a pretty white girl. And she has a typical white girl, country, young sounding voice that is very typical in country music. Um, I think she's a great writer. I don't think she's overrated at all. I think that she's country. She's country pop. Pretty classic. I think everything is typical about Taylor. Yes, but exceptionally typical. Do you see what I'm saying? There's a way that she fits the ideal of white femininity, and that's exceptional. I really like her writing. I don't think her writing is typical to me. I think her writing is good. I really enjoy her writing. I think white people can have a resurgence in their careers at any time. Hmm. There has to be for them to do it, there has to be a whatever Madonna does, she does like a reinvention of herself. A new look, a new haircut, a new hair color, a new something. There has to be something. I think they could do it every time, but there has to be something. Um, Especially because she doesn't deny the Princess of the KKK title. See, I think I don't eh, see. Have y'all watched Tyler's documentary? I think y'all should watch it because she's not that. I don't think she has done enough, but um she has made decisions against that side of her, that right wing side of her base. She has made decisions to say F you to them. I don't follow Elton John's career to know what his tea is. Like, as far as his ascension to fame, I don't follow his career enough to know the ups and downs of it. I saw a post about Taylor Swift saying that she doesn't have the crossover power like Britney Spears and Christina and Pink did. That's because she's a country girl. She doesn't really need crossover power. I don't think she needs that. I don't think that's I think because of the state of the proportions of white people in America, she don't really need it. That's the blessing of being white. You got the majority automatically, so it's not an uphill battle for you. Mm. Yeah, Taylor Taylor is on her Dixie Chicks kind of stuff. She's like, "Yeah, I'm a part of the white culture, of course, that's undeniable, but I don't just ride with them like that." I know, you get what I'm saying? I know she like the Dixie Chicks. She made decisions like them to kind of go against them. Not fully. She ain't out here with no fucking Black Lives Matter shirt on. But on a certain level, she did buck up against them. Yeah, I have an issue with I don't have an issue with people's opinions, but it's it's hard for me to say somebody's mediocre doing things that other people are not doing, because if they could just do it, they would. It's like somebody saying that like Carrie Underwood is mediocre, or Reba McIntyre is mediocre, or I think, yeah, she does what they do. Like, it's like, I don't think that these are mediocre people. There are tons of mediocre singers that I go to the I see them performing and I'm like, "Oh, you kind of suck, yo." I don't think Tyler sucks. I don't think she sucks. She might not be what you like, but I've heard a country singer that sucks. I don't think Taylor sucks. I don't think I don't think her ping I don't think her ping game is um mediocre at all. Her voice eh, is cool, but it's not. She knows how to deliver her message in her songs. That's why she's popular, because writes songs that relates to her people. Um, it's kind of like when people say Beyonce's singing voice is mediocre. I'm like, mm, it makes me question your ability to judge a voice if you think it is. No, it's not Whitney Houston, but it's not mediocre. You see what I'm saying? It's like, No, it's not Whitney Houston, but it's not mediocre. It's not, mediocre to me is a 5. That's it's like, oh, you can see mediocre on the at the state fair. But I feel like Taylor, with her look, with her unique voice, with her unique pen game, all together, her skill in playing guitar, her skill in writing songs that are relatable through her experience that relates to her audience. That's not a mediocre skill. That is a very unique skill that has made her a star. And the proof is in the pudding. But that doesn't seem, y'all got me defending white people, and I don't like that. Yes, whiteness praised mediocrity, but that does not take away that Dolly Parton is great. Just because whiteness praises mediocrity doesn't mean that Dolly Parton isn't great. Doesn't mean that Shania Twain doesn't have an amazing fucking voice. That Loretta Lynn isn't a great fucking country artist. Do you see what I'm saying? These white women are great. Yes, whiteness does praise mediocrity. Yes, I know. But that doesn't mean that some white people aren't great. There are some great ass white people that do amazing, great things with in music, especially, and in whatever. There's some great singers, great white singers. So you get what I'm saying? It's hard to, yeah, you're not about to tell me that Dolly Parton is mediocre. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, no. Like, yes, whiteness can whiteness, you know, there's tons of mediocre white people out here, but like Tanya Tucker. Sure, you say Tanya Tucker is mediocre. I'll be like, yeah, but I don't think Dolly Parton is mediocre at all. I don't think Reba McEntire. I don't think I don't think Celine Dion is mediocre at all. I don't think there are some people who have exquisite gifts that are white, that while at the same time that white people praise mediocre, there are some white people with skill. Just like black people, there are some black people that I think that are mediocre as hell. But something about them people like. s- s- Let me say this. This might y'all might cancel me for this, but I think SZA's voice is mediocre as hell, but her pen game is nasty. SZA's pen game is fire, but her voice is. But she make her songs sound fire. Her SZA singing her songs, I'm like, yes, bitch, you wearing it out, but her voice ain't sickening. It's mediocre as hell, but her pen game is fire. So put those two together, it makes magic. That mediocre voice goes with her songs because she's the writer. And so it makes magic. SZA don't sing in English. So that means she has some exceptional skill. Yes, there's them together makes something exceptional. Do you see what I'm saying? That's a perfect example that I could give y'all. SZA is like a Taylor Swift. It's like Taylor's voice with her songs, her pen game, her look. Combine those things, it takes her out of average. There's a couple of people that the combination of what they can do makes them exceptional. People, there's tons of people like I don't understand why people like Sade. There are people who is like, I don't understand um why people like Janet Jackson. No, I'm not getting a Whitney Houston vocal from Janet Jackson. But what Janet Jackson does, what she does, her staying in her own damn lane, Janet Jackson has some classic, undeniable R&B bops with that mediocre whisper voice. But with what she does, she stay in her lane and she has some classic, undeniable, culture shifting R&B bops. Let's wait a while before. Let's wait a while before we go too far. Um, that's the way love goes. Dun, 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 dun. She had anytime, any place. Never fall again. Honey, you know how many times I done cried to Janet Jackson's Again? It gives me chills every time I hear it. And she's not a Whitney Houston. There are some songs by Whitney Houston that people live for that I've never got chills from. So yes, while her voice is mediocre, what she does with it in combination to her imaging, in combination to her writing with Terry and Jimmy Jam, especially them, but she don't wrote with other people, but especially them. They have created something that is not mediocre. This another person that y'all might cancel me for because this is the king to some people. And I'm just gonna say it. I don't think Michael Jackson would be Michael Jackson without Quincy Jones. Hence why his first solo album flopped. It wasn't until he got with the first solo album that people ignore. It wasn't until he got with Quincy Jones and that dude who wrote who worked on Heat Waves album. I can't remember his name, but he worked on Heat Waves album and then moved and start working with Quincy Jones and Michael Jackson. And they created the magic that we known as Off the Wall and Thriller and Bad. we get this we get this amazing um combination of the styling of Michael Jackson, the styling that comes with the Michael Jackson voice, the hee hee and whatever he does in his styling of singing, combined with the artistry of a Quincy Jones and the beautiful words of the writer. I can't remember his name, but he worked on Heatwave. That collection made um the distinction and the history of Michael as a beloved child star. Black Music Archive does an amazing job with explaining Michael's voice and his voice decline even before adulthood because he was going through puberty singing at too high of a range and how it shot his voice so much that he had to shift how he sung when his career started. So he couldn't even do some of the amazing things that he could do when he was younger because he had shot his voice because they was working him like a fucking dog. Same thing that happened to Beyonce. If you listen to the if you went to the Renaissance, she literally had a vocal hemorrhage happen when she was a teenager because they were working her too hard. Same thing happened to Michael Jackson, except it did shoot his voice. So he had to shift in how he sung and become more stylist more of a style type of singing, doing those kind of different things that that we know to be uniquely Michael. Um, and how his voice shifted. But he was around people who could make him sound great, layer his voice. And but when he did live performances, he shifted the keys down. He did not do what he did in the studio in his live performances because he could not do them. So while Michael Jackson is nowhere near, nobody could ever say that Michael Jackson is a mediocre entertainer. His voice alone wasn't what made him a great entertainer. It wasn't. He had a, I feel like he had a mediocre voice to me. He was a style. He was a stylist. He had a style that made him interesting, that made his voice unique. And I don't think people, and even when going back to the Sade, Sade's voice, why people love Sade isn't because she's some wide-ranging soprano or she can do all these riffs and do it all these runs and da da da. We don't get that from Sade. What we like from Sade is that she is a pure tone. Her tone, she gives you just it's just a flat singing. It's not all that running. It's the smooth jazz tone of her voice. That's why people love her. And it's a distinct sound. When we hear a Sade song, we know it's Sade. It's that distinct sound is really, really, really important to people more than people realize. And so somebody like a Sade, a Erica Badu, even a new age girl, Ari Lennox. You know Ari Lennox's voice. It's her tone and her lyrics. Yes. You know Ari Lennox's voice. She has a unique voice. Anita Baker, yes. We know these yeah, there's a there's a skill, there's a combination that takes people out of mediocre range. And I think Tyler, um, Tyler, whatever her name is, Taylor, with her pen game, her unique voice, her look, her together takes her out of the mediocre range to me. Not saying that it's not okay for you to think she's mediocre, but why she is Taylor Swift. It's kind of like I have to tell people it about Beyonce because so many people say the same thing about Beyonce. And I'm like, it's almost like you're gaslighting. Like, you can think that she can't sing, but there's still the facts of the matter. No, nobody is under any delusions that Beyonce is not Whitney Houston. But to say she can't sing, you're ridiculous. You don't know about singing. Like to say that you can say you don't like her voice. Absolutely, because that's your right. But there are things about singing that you have that she can do. Patti LaBelle's voice irritates me, but I know she can sing. That can be a matter of taste. Who else voice irritates me? Not Patty. Patty's voice don't irritate me. But Patty has an old school voice. You know who voice irritates me? Sissy Houston. But it's a reason. Sissy Houston has that old school operatic soprano voice that I hate in pop. I don't ever want to hear her sing pop songs. Sissy Houston has that. Um, but I know she can sing. I have a cousin that says that, and it pisses me off to plain out say Beyonce can't sing. Yeah, that's silly. It's silly. Ly Wilson's voice. Who is Ly Wilson? Charlie Wilson. Yes, I don't like Charlie Wilson's voice. Sissy voice irritates me to no end. Right. You cannot like someone, but to not that fact, the facts is crazy behavior. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm trying to think of somebody voice that I don't like their voice. Um, I hate Charlie Wilson's voice. Yes, I hate Charlie Wilson's voice. Yes, that's one. um, you know who is mediocre as hell? We have canceled him, but Robert Kelly has a mediocre as hell voice, but he makes fun ass songs that related to us back in the day, not now, but back in the day. Why he was the king of R&B is that he knew how to do his voice. He knew the basics of chord progression. He knew how to make songs that we could relate to, even though we didn't know he was talking about underage girls. But you see what I'm saying? Well, some of them we clearly he was. Age ain't nothing but a number. Clearly was. But his voice was mediocre as fuck. His voice alone was mediocre as fuck. Robert Kelly was not a flat-footed Teddy Pendergrass standing in front of the mic, Luther Vandross sing you down to the ground. Voice. Robert Kelly was not that. He was, I can create a vibe on a song for you that you love. It's kind of like a beat when a rapper come on. He wasn't a crooner, no. Diamond, you are going in tonight. Well, we gonna tell the truth. Let's tell the truth. Keith Sweat as well. Keith Sweat. What I like about Keith Sweat is kind of like what I was talking about earlier a few minutes ago. He has a unique voice. He has great writing skills and a unique voice. I know when I'm hearing Keith Sweat. I know when I'm hearing him. So he had a, I don't want to say great voice, but he had a unique voice. I enjoy Keith Sweat. Enjoy Keith's voice. I'm not irritated by it, but I think Charlie Wilson was a really good one. And on most tracks, not all, there's some tracks. Isley, Ron Isley. Ron Isley voice gets on my nerves on some songs. Ron Isley voice gets on my nerves on certain songs. There's certain songs I'm like, ooh, I like this. But then there's most songs I'm like, Ron, go sit down. Leave me alone. Give me what you can. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I hated that shit. Cut it off. But I do. What's the one? The song. Drifting on the memory. There's no place I'd rather be than with you. That song, I love his voice. It's something about that song and that melody. Oh, drifting on the memory. I love that. That song. I love his voice on. Yeah. Who else voice do I not like? Elton John. Somebody brought up Elton John earlier. I hate Elton John. I ain't never liked one of his songs. Elton John voice is late. I hate Elton John voice. Elton John, David Boy, all the motherfucking English motherfuckers. All them fucking Englishmen, David Bowie, Elton John. I think my only song that I like, David Bowie was Major Tom. I never even heard him before. You never heard of Elton John? Um, w- Ground Control to Major Tom. That's my only time that the only song that I love David Bowie's voice on. It's not the only David Bowie song I love. I love Young American. Young American, uh, Major Tom, Ground Control to Major Tom. Whatever. What's the name of that song? Whatever that Ground Control to Major Tom and Young American. I hate the I hate David Bowie's lead vocals on Young Americans. Only reason why I like Young Americans is because Luther Vandross is on the background. I Young Americans. Yeah, Space Oddity. So Space Oddity and Young Americans are my favorite David Bowie songs. I love David Bowie's voice on Space Oddity. I would love to hear somebody remake it and make it like a reggae beat behind it. I love that. But Young Americans, I only like it because David Luther Vandross is on the background. Him in the movie Labyrinth. Never seen that movie and never wanted to see it because he looks stupid. I only like Bernie and the Jets and Candle in the Wind. None of that. I don't like nothing of maybe Circle of Life. In the circle of life. Whatever the Lion King song. I think I like Circle of Life, but that's about where it ends. Um I love I'm Still Standing. Dwight made me feel it in my spirit. I'm still standing. Mm-mm. He was sickening in Labyrinth. Mm-mm. Spanish Nice. You remind me of the Babe. No, thank you. Who else voice don't I like? Who else? Summer Walker sometimes. Summer Walker, sometimes her voice is annoying. It's not that I don't like the tone of Summer Walker. It's just like it doesn't do anything. She don't go nowhere. She be staying in right one little spot in her songs. She don't really climax or go somewhere with her voice. So I'd be like, it sounds cute, like when the beginning of the song when she's singing, but ain't no bridges. You ain't taking us nowhere. You just singing. I never understood Aretha's appeal. Ooh. Ooh, spicy. Aretha be singing now. I don't know about that. Ooh, I don't. Aretha be singing. I'll take Patty over Aretha any day. Ooh, ooh. Do you have to say Franklin when you say Aretha? Aretha is a very unique name. What other Aretha is it? Aretha Johnson? Aretha Jones? Patty over Aretha? No. Yeah. I'm gonna take Patty. I mean, I'm gonna take Aretha. I like Patty, but I'm gonna take Aretha. Aretha had more finesse with her voice. We getting real controversial, baby. Getting real controversial, baby. But I think that could be a taste thing. We know that they both can sing, so it's just which voice do you like better? I like Aretha's better. Yeah, I like Aretha's better. My favorite Patty song is ooh, I was about to say specifically, then I thought about another one. I love Ain't No Way. I love Ain't No Way, but Oh no, I don't. I can't even. A Patty's my favorite Patty songs. Somebody loves you, baby. Whoa, somebody loves you, baby. Do you know who it is? I'm under your spell. I don't want to break free. I think that's my favorite Patty song. You can make a slave out of me. I think Somebody Loves You is my favorite. I can't pick a favorite Aretha song. Aretha song is Ain't No Way, um, Dreaming, Daydreaming, um, Do Right Man, Dr. Feel Good. Yeah, God. Yeah, she got jump, jump, jump to it. Ooh, y'all are late in time for shading Aretha like this. Rock steady, baby. It's what I feel now. Ah, let's call this song exactly what it is. What it is, what it is, what it is. Yes. What? Y'all is tripping. Y'all know nothing about nothing. Y'all whippersnappers. My favorite Aretha song is Rolling in the Deep. Get out of here. I hated that her version. Yes. Ah. Her voice sound fat. This is funny. Yeah, Aretha. Oh, yeah. Aretha's like Whitney to me. Like their voice is like, their voice is their voice, honey. It's undeniable. You may not like every song, but their voice is their voice, honey. It's like it's like Luther. Like you can't Luther is like Luther is like my male top voice. If I had to like pick male voices, black is gonna be Luther, Usher, Gerald Levert. Yeah, I think those are my top three male singers. Yeah, it's something about Gerald's. I know y'all like Gerald Levert. Gerald is like, it's something about his voice that just, there's nothing feminine about Gerald's voice. Like that is what a man sounds like. When he's singing, that is what a man sings like. What about female top three? Ooh, female top three for me. Oh, baby, that is really hard. Female voices top three. Um, are we talking? Well, my own personal taste. Y'all not gonna like these, but my own personal taste with where I'm like, oh my god, I can. That voice is amazing. I'm going to pick three people. Ooh, shit. Oh God, I need 4, but okay, so I'm gonna pick Shaka Khan. Shaka Khan is one of my favorite female voices, not because she is, it's because she's my favorite. It's my she is like Shaka is one of my favorite voices. Shaka's voice. In Shaka's prime, oh God. Um Brandy, voice wise, like voice, I just gotta give it to her. I love Brandy's tone. And her clean ability to run. Shaka, Brandy, and I wish I had 4, but I'm gonna give this one to Karen Clark Sheard. If I could put 2 people in that tie at 3, it would be Ella Fitzgerald and Karen Clark for different reasons. They would be the number 3 spot. But if I had 4, I would put Karen Clark and Ella Fitzgerald. Like if I had 4, but if I have to pick between Ella and Karen, ooh, I just like them for different reasons, but I think I would pick Karen just because I needed a gospel in there more than a jazz. Stokely, Luther, CeeLo, Stokely, Al Green, Lucky Day, my top 5 male voices. If I'm doing top 5 male, it's gonna be Luther, um, Usher, Gerald Levert, Steven Tyler from Aerosmith, and Luther, Usher, Gerald Levert, Steven Tyler. Top 5. Shit. Probably Johnny Gill. Johnny Gill. Yeah, top 5. Johnny Gill, Gerald Levert, Steven Tyler, Usher, and Luther. Those are my top 5 male singers. Yeah, Johnny. It had to be Johnny. I love Stokely and CeeLo. They definitely be in my Stokely would be in my top 10. I don't know if CeeLo would be, but I like CeeLo too. I think Al Green, no, it would be Jeffrey Osborne would be in there. Um Barry White would be somewhere in my top 10. I don't know where. Come on, Carrot Soup. Top 5 females. Yeah, if I had top 5, it's gonna be Shaka, Brandy, Karen Clark, Ella Fitzgerald, and Whitney Houston. Mhm. Yeah, we about to get off in about 7 minutes. Make sure y'all thumbs up. Um, just because that's 4 hours. That's for long as 4 hours. um, yes. Yeah, that's my top 5 female. If I had 5 and not 3, it would be Shaka, Brandy, Karen Clark Sheard, Ella, and Whitney Houston. Honorable mentions would be Kiki Wyatt, Anita Baker, Sarah Vaughan, Rochelle Farrell, Shantae Moore. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, I don't like Barbara. I'm not a Barbara fan. That's a voice I don't like. It sounds nice, but it sounds boring to me. It's boring. Her voice is boring. I love me some Celine Dion though. Ooh, I love me some Celine. Celine. Barry is number 6. I love Barry. Mariah, I want to put her in my top 10, but I'm not for sure. It's other people that I like better than Mariah's voice. I haven't liked Mariah's voice since the Butterfly album. I like Mariah, Butterfly, and back. Anything after Butterfly, I don't like. Barbara has a beautiful, clear voice. Yes, she does. She has a beautiful, clear voice to other people. It is very clear and beautiful to so many people other than Diamond Styles. So many people love Barbara Streisand's beautiful, clear voice. So many people love it. Love it, love it, love it. They think it's amazing. Mariah is number 1, has been since 90s. Yeah, Mariah is definitely not my number 1. She is yeah, anything anything after Butterfly, I hate. I don't listen to anything after any Mariah's after Butterfly. Butterfly and above, I love. I love, 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 love that. I love that Mariah. Yeah, my favorite. It's 2 songs that are my favorite BAP songs. Gotta move, gotta get out, gotta find some place that I love that. I fell in love with that because of Tu Wong Fu, but I love that. And Prisoner. Oh, it's something about Prisoner that shakes my soul. Prisoner is a love. Love, 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 love. Mm. I have some Chipotle in there that I can guzzle down real quick. I used to be able to eat a whole Chipotle bowl. Now that I had surgery, I can't eat it. I have to eat like a quarter of it and then put it up, let that digest, and then eat another quarter, put it up, let that digest, wake up the next day, eat a quarter of it in a whole bowl. Like it takes me 2 days to eat the whole bowl. Late. She is one stop shop. Love. Yes, I got gastric in on August the 2nd. Thank you. I think. I don't know if it was congratulations worthy, but thanks. I thought you were doing intermittent fasting again. No. No, no, no. I took a year of going to the gym and working out, and I did lose weight, but I just didn't lose a lot of weight, and it took too much effort. I started following you when you were skinny. Skinny Diamond was fire too. Thanks. I hope I don't get skinny. I want to be thick, but I don't want to be. I want to be. I don't want to be as big as I was, but I want to be. I still want to be thick. I still want to be plus size. You took your health into your own hands. Yes, it was health and vanity. You look good. Thank you. I am 180. 180. Not 180. I am 187, and I started at 335. Not 187, 287. And I started at 335. I'm considering Ozempic. I've been fat my whole life. So Ozempic, so my homeboy, he's rich, like a rich, wealthy white man. And he said that it's expensive. So if he says that Ozempic is expensive, I'm always questioning like how people can afford it. And tons of people are saying that they're running out of it. We love some vanity. So yeah, my does he have insurance? Yes. Star Jones did good with her gastric. I know a few people. I know a few people that got it. A couple of my friends. I do too. I just want a BBL. I already got a big ass. I have a 54-inch ass. I already have a big ass. I don't really I don't really need no ass. I just want my stomach flat. So I don't feel like continuing, but I don't want this to be like past a 4-hour video and it's already a 4 hours. So I'm gonna stop it and then I'll just come back on live. I just don't want this particular topic to be this particular video to be super long. I'll just stop and come back.